Hello and welcome. This is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Huh? It's the house!
What's going on, freaks? Hey, look at that. It's Candalee Woodward Stone. That's a blast from the past. And there's Carrie Summers. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I saw that there was a video out there with the haircut. Somebody sent it to me. And I don't really care what style or, I mean, my thing is I want to know when all of the haircuts were prior to him heading back home. I mean, who cares if he got one on the 3rd? It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, you got a haircut. That's literally 20 days after the homicides. That seems like a normal time somebody would get a haircut. I would want to know about the ones, particularly, like how close to the murders did he get a haircut? Did he get one a week before, 2 weeks before? How about some of those other times where his phone went off? Where he turned his phone off. Did he get his haircuts around any of those dates where he probably felt like he had to be a little bit more stealthy and not leave any trace evidence behind, something like that? Hey, thanks up there to Timothy Cecil. Finally on my off days so I can watch a show. Carrie Summers. We had Candalee Woodward Stone. Look at that. It's her 74th birthday today. Well, guess what time it is then, you guys? All right. We haven't done one of these in a long time, but we need to get Mary Lou out of the box to sing happy birthday to Candalee Woodward Stone, a longtime member.
What are you talking about, Gray?
Well, I'm saying, you got to sing happy birthday for Candalee Woodward Stone. It's her 74th birthday.
I'm never watching again.
Oh, God. No, just sing the birthday, okay?
All right, here we go. La 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 la, la 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 la. Happy birthday to Candalee Woodward Stone, who's 74. Happy birthday to Candalee Woodward Stone, who's 74. Happy birthday to Candalee Woodward Stone. Happy birthday to you.
Are you okay, Mary Lou?
Yeah, I've been smoking those new cigarettes with Retsin.
Oh, those must be great. Wow. All right, there you go. Wow, Mary Lou, that was... I wouldn't say that was one of your best you've ever done. All right?
Well, thanks, Gray. It's better than it sucked.
Well, it did suck. I was just, trying to be polite about it.
That's not very nice. You're so mean, Gray.
Yep, that's what they say. That's what they say. That dang Mary Lou, I'll tell you what. Yeah. Hey, we got, look at Carrie Summers gifted a membership, and let's see, Tammy H. How do you say that one? Tammy H. gifted a membership. That'd be great, you guys, if you could support the channel on this one. The earlier show just went... Let's see. Yeah, boo, effing ooh. That's right. Yeah, I just don't really care, you know. Like, any haircut after the homicides to me is just sort of irrelevant. You know, he's not trying to look different. I don't think he would ever get a haircut to look different. He had a balaclava on. So all he's ever getting a haircut for is to avoid, you know, make it less likely that he would leave anything at the crime scene. You know, there's no little, you know, straggly hairs. It's like his, you know, really short, shaved his face, makes it hard for... He forgot about his eyebrows, though. I noticed that. Anyways, I thought we could go over the stuff we did, we talked about today, both videos, and then we'll switch over to the... I think they're all 5 victims of Rex Heuermann. Some of them are, you know, they've been classified as, but then there's 2 others that they haven't really, you know, said... Well, I guess, yeah, 2 others that they haven't really said are 100% connected. So, all right. No, well, that isn't what I was doing. Well, I wanted you to know that the date of the prior haircut. I want to know the ones prior. Okay, and somebody already sent me stuff after the show of the whole video. You know, so I actually left a message at the hair salon. And I said, I asked if they could, you know, somebody could get back to me and maybe give me the dates of the other haircuts that he had. I think that would be interesting. Well, we don't know, you know, we don't know when you say that. All right, let's see. Ah, jeez, Carrie, I mean, come on. Let's see. Well, I mean, where are you getting that information from? Where he got a haircut every 4 weeks, and it's between 11 and 1:45. You know, you said it was 12/3, so I guess the one before that would have been 11/3, which sort of looks like maybe that's 10 days worth of growth, too, I guess. But hey, guys, let's not have too many lulls tonight. All right, I'd love to get the support up for the channel tonight, where I don't have to ask 1,700 times. You always see people in the comments. Gray, you ask for super chats too much. Well, all I'm telling you guys, if I don't do it, we aren't being able to do all the stuff that we've done before. Because there are nights where I've done experiments where I don't say a word and we get absolutely smoked. Like, it's not even close to the goal. So when we do these shows, I need your guys' support. And, you know, I thank every one of you. I appreciate all your support, but having to ask all the time on every show is getting, you know, mentally exhausting for myself. It's just, you know, after the show's over, I'm just like, man, how come nobody, like, it's just, you know, it's kind of a shitty feeling. So if you guys can, then that'd be great. If you can't, you know, you can't. That's just the reality. But having to ask so many times isn't fun. Plus, that's where all the trolls just go, look at that gray guy. You know, but can you name another channel who's donated $260,000 in 5 years? The answer is no, you can't. All right, here we go. And if you can, it's one of the ones that make millions of dollars a year, that have millions of subs. I don't have that. Hey, thanks for gifting a membership. I'm a gal, yo. So we'll play this one really quick. And I mean, I don't know. I'm just going to skip it past this first part because it's not really... You know, they're not talking about anything. So, like, right here about this 5-minute mark, we can...
Those are the big ones?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. So, we're going to kind of go back and try and get a little bit of the timeline, okay? So, what did you guys do last night? More specifically, if you were by yourself and not with a group, what exactly?
Pizza.
you're with
One of them is my roommates, and one of them is her boyfriend.
Okay. So you're with Ethan
And Xana.
Xana? Mm-hmm. Can you spell that for me?
Xany.
As in Zanny? She does correct it.
Or ANA, sorry.
XANA. Okay.
Bring up the fight. Jesus.
Okay, so I'm just trying to... Sometimes it helps me put names together.
What fight? I think he argued with somebody, maybe. Who cares, man? It's just irrelevant.
So you were with
All
Ethan
right,
and
let's
Xana
see.
last night, right?
Yep.
Thanks, I'm a gal, yo.
And do you know Ethan's last name?
Chapin. I don't know how to spell it.
That's fine. And Xana's last name?
Kernoodle.
Do you know how to spell it?
Kernodle, not Kernoodle.
It's Kernno. Maybe another ODLE or something like that.
Okay.
It's almost like this guy's cold. Like he doesn't know anything.
Okay.
This guy, but you would think he would know something. Well, I don't know if he's been to the crime scene yet. Because I remember Blaker, isn't he one of the ones that's in the probable cause document? You know, maybe he got there at like 4.
So you were within the same... What time did you guys get the second guys last night?
Around 8 something. Maybe 8:30.
So 8:30 p.m.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And prior to that, were you guys just at your house? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you left from your house.
Ethan was at formal because he went with
Got around about me and approve of some we did or what to do. You might not have known, maybe you have a lot of personal business back. You get angry at all of that. You can say what you want to spell my name right. All I'm guilty of rocking a house. That's what the room was all about. If me and the tell all your friends that you don't wait till you see me again this way, I can hear from the horse's mouth right there. We can straighten it out. Thanks, I'm a gal, yo.
I'm trying over here. Woman face palming emoji.
it's just she didn't have a date.
Thanks, I'm a gal, yo.
And then we were just hanging out at our house. And then he came over and we all walked over together.
Okay, so that was you, Ethan, Xana. Was there another person with you? Or just the three of you that
Maddie walked over with us.
Okay, and that's...
Logan.
Logan?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. That must be crazy for her. That she walks over to the Sigma Chi party with 3 people that end up being killed later. How crazy is that, right? Walks over there with Xana. I hadn't really even thought of it like that, but, you know, Xana, Ethan, and Maddie, they all go over to the Sigma Chi party, and she's the only one living out of the 4.
And the DDIE?
Mm-hmm. Her real name is Madison, though, I believe.
I think the only truly lucky person to still be alive is Dylan. I think where Bethany was located, she wasn't really in much trouble unless he was there specifically to kill every single person in the house. But, I mean, Dylan Mortensen was right in the, I mean, just in the, like if you had a pinwheel, she's in the center of it. Like right in the middle of everything. Directly below Madison Mogan's bedroom, literally right below it. Kitchen is right outside of her door. And the living room's right outside of her door. And just barely down the hallway from there is Xana Kernodle's room.
Okay. So you guys all walked over to... You were there about 8:30. Okay. Were you guys all pretty much together or just kind of mingling throughout the house most of the night?
We were all pretty much together, and then Maddie left to go to the club with Kaylee.
Okay, I didn't realize that's how that worked. That they were... So Kaylee and Maddie, did they just sort of meet up at the club? I thought they kind of went there together, but it sounds like... I mean, maybe Maddie went home and changed really quick. And then Kaylee was there, and then they called that Uber and went there. Because I thought they got picked up at like 10-something.
And then I was with Ethan and Xana most of the night, but then one of my friends came. Her name is... And I hung out with her the rest of the night.
Okay. And who was that?
Her name's... Yes.
Yeah. By the way, there's a scumbag Proburger Nutjob Jules YouTuber. What she did was she took Plunder's video, instead of just, you know, giving Plunder all the credit for, you know, her own video that she has. Plunder gave me a copy of this because we've been sharing. Whoever gets something, we share it. She flipped it the horizontally on the screen and then put her logo, you know, like Bethany Funke's name over the name of Plunder, who she was trying to, you know, she put it on there as a watermark. Right? I mean, who does that kind of shit? I mean, these people are sick, you know? They're the ones that steal everybody else's work. And, you know, like when I was playing Law and Crime, I've had, you know, I let it stay right there on the screen. It just says Law and Crime. I mean, I'm not like hiding something. I thought it was a scumbag move by Law and Crime, however, to copyright the body camera footage. Okay, that's complete garbage. That is not, I mean, that is, like if I get a copy of it, because I was supposed to be sent one, a copy of that body camera footage, and I play it, they can go, hey, that's ours. What do you mean? I got another copy of the same damn thing. So, I don't know, I think that was really shitty that Law and Crime copyrighted the body camera footage. That's just sort of like public information. They got it. They got to put it out first. They got all the views from it. They got way over 1 million, you know. But man, that Jules person, what a disgusting piece of crap that person is. I've seen her do it before. I thought, well, maybe it's just one time, but man, just sick. Really, just a dumb person too. I mean, literally stupid. Like, how did you even get a channel? Stupid.
I don't know how to pronounce it, and her full name is bigger than that.
Okay, that's fine. Do you have a phone number for her?
Yeah.
It's on your phone? Okay, we can get that in here. Okay, so you were with and at that point Ethan and Anna were just kind of hanging out still at the house? Okay.
And then I went to our other friend's house.
Okay. What time was that at?
I don't know, maybe like 12-ish.
Oops.
That could be wrong.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Like she thinks she got home at, let's see.
At that point, Ethan and Anna were just kind of hanging out still at the house? Okay.
And then I went
when they say house, they're talking about Sigma Chi.
To our other friend's house.
Okay. What time was that at?
I don't know, maybe like 12-ish. That could be wrong.
No, it's fine.
I don't know what that means. But hey guys, we got you know, a couple supporters in here tonight, but we need everybody to be helping support the channel when I do these live streams, because you guys are it. I've told you guys this every single night, and it just seems like we have these huge lulls where people just go, yeah. All right, just pretend we're at a restaurant and I'm your waiter, and you're tipping. You know, that's the only income on these shows, and that's the only way we're able to do what we've been doing. We just gave $5,500 out last month.
And where's that house at?
It's just like up the street. I don't know that address.
Okay, up the street from...
Sigma Chi.
Okay.
Kind of.
So you guys are at Sigma Chi, so you're walking back towards...
Yeah, so, I mean, just to, for those of you who haven't seen these views that I have on my camera, it's like, so this is basically, they probably cut across this little steps that go down right here. However, if you go over here, that's Sigma Chi right there, and then that's their house right back there. See that? So it's really close. It's not, doesn't take a long time. Probably, I bet you 4 minutes or something at the most from right there over to Sigma Chi, which is just right there. It's really, you know, just this little, it's not even the whole width of Banfield. It's just this short portion right there. I mean, if we go over here to the, let me get rid of that. Let's just go to the end, like right on the street. I mean, you can even see, so there, that's it right here, the blue building. So look how close it is to the road right there, and then you just walk down that street, and then right, well, hell, from there you can actually see 1122 King Road right there, and this building is 1112 King Road that has the camera on it, and then right there is Sigma Chi. All right? Hold on a second. All right. Well, hey, thanks up there to Sarah Jean, Mariner, Shara, and welcome to Aries Moon Queen, Kimberly Hunt, and thanks Aries Moon Queen for buying a membership for somebody else. Yeah. All right. So when you're on this channel watching, you get to see all kinds of stuff that you wouldn't get to see somewhere else. Like you wouldn't have a perspective. So I mean, there's even another look. You can just look at that, and this is where the Elantra was driving. So it would come down this street right here, turn, and then turn left right up there where my mouse is onto Queen Road and go up there and around, right? All right.
Back towards my house, and then went up this way.
So like when you got to Taylor Street, you went up? So if you walked all the way from Sigma News.
Or Sigma
Chi, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, he said Sigma Chi. Wow, they didn't bleep him out. Oh my God, you guys. I don't know why they redact so many different things in these documents. Some of the stuff is like, what in the hell are you doing?
You know the apartments, the whites?
Yep, I know the whites.
It's like that street, that way.
So on Taylor?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you know roughly where on Taylor? Or does she live maybe on one of the other off streets?
It's on Taylor, but it's like one of the end houses by the intersection. I don't know how to explain it.
All right. Okay. And whose house is it that you went to?
It's... And I don't know their other...
Okay, so, well, hold on one second for Carrie here. So I saw that on the screen. Those were all Koberger's cuts. Those other, the ones that were mentioned on there. Because I wasn't sure. I thought that was just like other people maybe, you know. I did see that in the video that I watched. But I didn't know if that was actually... well, how do we know that, though? I mean, they are similar. One of them was a scissor cut fade. That's on November 7th, 1 week before the murders. And you know what? His hair seemed a little longer. Like he didn't get the actual clipper fade, you know, where it's really high and tight kind of thing. Hey, thank you. Retry all. Is that what that's saying? I'm going to play it fast. Nobody's saying anything.
Alright, so you and you're at this house. How long were you here?
Well, I'm not going to just trust you. I don't know what what that is.
Then I left by myself.
I don't do
I went
that.
back to my house.
So you walked on.
What the heck? K. Miller. Oh, holy crap, everybody. There is K. Miller. Hey, what do you got there? What kind of dog is that?
Celebratory gesture emoji. Great show.
Well, thank you. Is that what is that, what kind of dog is that? Is that the same one as ours? The, Maltese? Is that a Maltese? Oh, and by the way, I think I'm set up over here. Let's see. Oh, look at that, you guys. There's Clancy, all right? You guys got to see Clancy just chilling. You know, they spent a lot of the day outside, and then we just put them in these little... They're pretty good now, not peeing on stuff. They've all been fixed, but... and the other one right over here is Benny, but this is Clancy right here. What did she say? Yeah, Clancy's one of the cuter chihuahuas you'll ever see. I mean, he's look at that guy. He's got his own little personality, I can tell you that. Yeah, he loves looking for mice and rats at night, for sure. So I got that back up and running. What did K. Miller say? What kind of dog is that? I was looking at that. It looks kind of like... It looks like maybe a Maltese. All right, here we go. Anyways, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Very kind.
Maybe around 1-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather hear it from the stylist. I don't just believe somebody, you know. But, you know, if I could see the interview in full, and where it says that, I think it was on 2020, 2 years ago, right? It's a Shih Tzu? Wow. Let's see. So you have a different kind of cut on that, almost like a poodle. It's a Chihuahua. What are you talking about?
What did you see when you got home?
That's my dog. I know it is.
We're sitting on the couch watching Vampire Diaries. No one else was home yet.
Mm-hmm. And is another roommate or what was last name?
Thank you, Jolene.
Oh, okay. And
I actually don't remember her last name right now.
that's fine. And is live with?
What do you guys think of the audio? It's not bad, right? Let me see what happens if I go like this.
You guys too, or just
Just a
visiting?
friend.
Okay.
See how crappy that is?
And then she left.
Well, do you know what
That's wild. Now listen.
time she left at?
No.
Okay. But you were all watching.
Vampire Diaries.
Okay. And anything happened during that time period?
We were just hanging out.
Okay. You know who else was in the house at that time?
No one. Just
No one?
us.
Just the three of you? Okay. So, let's go a little bit more then. What happened next?
Maddie and Kaylee came home from the club. Left.
Maddie and who?
Kaylee.
Kaylee?
I mean, it's just so interesting. You can put together like this really cool, like interesting documentary. You know, like you use the victims' voices and you show stuff. Like they were at the grub truck and they came home, and then you show the walk. You know, what did you say to Adam? I think there's other surveillance they have too. And then you show a little bit of the grub truck. Then you show them walk off to get into the like the Uber driver. And then you show the Uber driver actually coming down 1112 King Road and then dropping off the girls. And then you go into the other, I'm sure in some of these interviews they're going to discuss, I mean, even in this one, how when they came into the house, I mean, it's crazy, right? I mean, so when they come into the house, hey, thanks so much out there to Christine and Patty for the PayPals, and then a Venmo from Jolene and Bill. Yeah, so right out, I mean, can you just see what I'm saying there? How interesting would that be? And then the voices in the background. Then you discuss how when they came home, they all go up to Kaylee's room, and you sort of animate, you go up the stairs, they're in there talking. And then they go down the stairs, Madison, Bethany, and Dylan goes to her room. Madison and Bethany go outside. Bethany only stayed out for a couple minutes because they're letting Murphy out and it's too cold. And she said 10 seconds. I mean, I don't know. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Who remembers exactly how long you're out there? Then she turned around and went back in, got a bag of chips, went to her room, watched a movie. Madison was still outside. So you could just kind of go through all of that. And then, it's crazy that the timeline is set, man. It's like just locked in.
I'll do some backup if you want me to.
Thanks, Cinnamon Sin Freak.
Okay. And they got home from the club. You know what time that might have been?
I think I told one of the cops that was talking to me at the house, better times.
It's okay.
I don't really remember right now. Maybe 2 something, 1.
So if you got home around 1, that would have put them getting home.
1:45, 2, something like that.
So near bar break? If you had to guess?
What?
Like near bar break?
What does that mean?
Bars normally close at 2 o'clock here.
Oh, yeah. They went to grub truck after, so
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. What did you do after that, after Maddie and Kaylee got home?
We all hung out in Kaylee's room for a little and talked, and then Maddie and I took Murphy out to pee the dog.
So Dylan probably just, you know, went downstairs to go to her room. I mean, I don't know if they all left at exactly the same time, but I would imagine, because Kaylee said she's getting ready for bed. And, you know, maybe I need to get the... hold on a second. I got to get the timeline open here. And then we can see the time. So this would have been at 2:26. See, here's the thing. Kaylee starts calling Jack at 2:26. I think they've already left the room. Bethany says they, you know, took Murphy out around 2:30. I don't think that. I think it's more like 2:20. You know, she doesn't remember exactly, but I think it's like 2:20. And then Bethany's cold and goes inside, and then 2:26, Kaylee's already in her bed, probably calling Jack. And then I have it at 2:30, Bethany's in bed watching. I think she kind of says that. I mean, let's see what her timeline is here.
And then I said I was going to go to bed because I was tired. And she said she was going to go to bed too. And then I went to my room. I was going to sleep. And she came and knocked and asked if I had money.
But hey, Carrie, thanks for sending me those screenshots. I saw those earlier. If I could see the 2020 episode that's in, then I would believe that that's exactly what those are. You know, it's weird. I think I even watched the episode. It was just so long ago. It just doesn't stick in my head.
And I said no. And then I went to bed.
Okay. So what time do you think you took Murphy out?
Like 3, 2:30.
2:30 to 3?
Yeah.
Okay. And where do you normally take Murphy?
So they said 3:30. So she doesn't know that.
Just the back door in the kitchen.
So she just said they let him out the back door in the kitchen.
So which one is 11?
Yeah. So he hasn't even been there yet. Why would they have somebody that's not aware interviewing? It just seems strange. I mean, not like nefarious. Just like, come on. I mean, you know. I mean, haven't you been there yet? Like, which one is 1122?
22. So if I'm coming up King Road off the Taylor.
Yeah.
It's the big white house up there.
All the way at the very top on the right?
Well, it's technically on Queen, but the address is King.
Okay. So is it the one that's tucked back as you're going up to 500 Clean Road? Those big apartments? It's kind of tucked back just a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you normally go out the back deck then?
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Okay.
No, he's not. He isn't. He just doesn't remember. He hasn't been there yet. This is Blaker. He got there at 4 o'clock, and this right here is 2 o'clock, so he isn't even there yet.
All right, I know how to Cheshire it then. Okay, so you go there. You and Maddie take the dog out.
Mm-hmm.
And then, how long do you think that took?
I was out there for maybe like 10 seconds.
Okay.
See, when she says 10 seconds, I mean, does everybody think it was really 10 seconds? Or I bet it was like, who cares really? But a minute or something. See, when people just talk and you go, God, I was only there for like 10 seconds, you know. You might have been there for a minute and a half, but, you know, you just say 10 seconds.
So then you both come back in. So you, Maddie, both
I
come
came
back
in
in.
before she did.
Okay.
So she comes inside and leaves Madison outside with Murphy.
Do you still have the dog then?
Yes, I think so.
So you went out for a little bit, came back in. Do you know what time Maddie came back in?
Mm-mm.
And you went straight to bed when you came back in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think she was in bed like at 2:20. What do I have in here? I have her Bethany's in bed watching Baby Daddy by 2:30. So it's probably pretty close, you know. And then Madison asked Bethany through the door if she has Murphy at 2:34. That's what I have in here. And it turns out that I was right on that part where she didn't actually open the door and say something to her. Bethany, her door was locked, she said. But when she went to bed, she locked her door. So how would Madison have opened the door to say, hey, have you seen Murphy? It turns out she just knocked on the door and said it.
How long after you went to bed do you think Maddie came back?
Actually, came in, grabbed.
I don't know, but you know what we don't have time for, the truth teller? Your stupid questions again. I'm so sick of you, okay? Okay, I'm sorry, I just don't have any patience for your types of questions tonight. We're gonna have to put you on timeout for a couple days, huh? What do you think of that? You already know that it's just garbage when people do that. Hey, thanks Joan Four-Wheeler Bazik and Michelle H. Why didn't they call for 8 hours? Because I'm a dipshit and have to know the answer to all these questions every second of every day. Even though it's been explained 100,000 times, I'm going to keep saying it because I think Koberger's innocent. Ooh. Yeah, get the hell out of here. So embarrassing.
Some chips into my room and watched the show for a little, and then I went to bed.
What were you watching?
It's called Baby Daddy.
Yeah.
So she's watching Baby Daddy.
Maybe like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So 1 episode maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or like a half.
So if she watched like a half an episode, so she probably went to sleep at like 2:45. That totally makes sense.
Okay. And did Maddie come in during that show or after?
She just knocked on my door, I think, during and asked if I had Murphy, and I said no.
Okay.
Well, one time he interrupts her when she's about to say where the perpetrator was standing, or not a perpetrator, somebody was looking at Kaylee, and she was about to say where, and then he just interrupted.
Then what happened after that?
I just went to bed, and then I woke up and I was like half asleep, and I just thought I saw like a firework or something, like it just sparkled like under my door.
So she woke up, she was half asleep. And so, you know, I think people are putting too much weight on this light under the door, you know? Like, what the hell, you know, it's like everybody, ooh, and they need an explanation for it, like as if it's this stone cold fact that she saw a sparkle. We had people talking about it must be a stun gun. Well, when did that happen? So let's say there was a stun gun used upstairs in the living room. How did a stun gun light get through Bethany Funke's door, the bottom of her door? How does that happen? It just doesn't work like that. There's a wall. I don't know. I wish I could explain it to you. Well, as a matter of fact, I can show you right here. All right, here. Let's do this. All right, so look, it goes right there, and that's the storage room. And then way down here, can you see this wall right here and the floor? How does it work? That she's in this room right here, and then underneath this door, there's a bright spot that even if a light came through here, it's going to be in her room. If a light came under this door over here, it's just going to hit like over there, because this wall here blocks any light that comes in. You see this? So the only time light can make it down is if you're standing here, and then you can see light. And like let's say at the top of these stairs, there's a light switch, right? Well, you can see it in some other. I have it in a newer model. This is an old one here. But like right here, there's a light switch, and maybe that turns a light on down here, and then that would, let's say there's a light right up here. Then sure, that would light up underneath their door. Are you guys even here? There's only one comment in the last 10 minutes. Hello. We still got, looked up there, Carrie Summers laughed, and then 10 minutes later, it's still Carrie Summers laugh. What's happening? Now, maybe StreamYard is way behind. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Let me man, it's frozen over on this one. Let me shut that one down and then open up this one. That's wild. Yeah, this other chat window I had open froze a long time ago. So the screen's going to turn dark here for a second. Not that I minded, just looking at Carrie Summers laugh over and over again, but it was just, it was no more comments. All right. There we go. So I got a new screen over here. Wow, that's wild. Yeah, well, it wasn't even moving, but the other, I had two screens open that both had chat on it, and one was zooming by, and the one that I was using wasn't moving at all. But you guys understand what I'm saying? How does a light get underneath Bethany Funke's door? Do you see the problem? I mean, that's the problem. When you know the case, then you can go, ooh, yeah, that's a problem. I mean, how does a light come underneath? I just think it might be something in her mind that she thought of something. Or maybe when, like let's say she was sort of awake at 4:04. And Xana goes downstairs to pick up the DoorDash and hits the light switch. And she sort of saw that and then went back to sleep. And then she woke up later when a dog's barking, and now she's seeing other things, and then and hears other things, and conflates the light that came under her door with the boom sound. Doesn't that sound way more reasonable? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, now I'm timed with chat. A minute ago it was completely... My other chat was off. It wasn't even moving. There was two of them on the screen at the same time. Like, see this right here? See that? I had two of these open. One of them I used to look at, and the other one was over here. And the one over there was moving, and the one on the screen froze on your laugh. I kept looking back, and that was the only last one there. That it could have been the flash from the DoorDash. No, I do not. No. I mean, yeah, I guess, like, if you think that they have a hole underneath their door, she said the light came underneath her door. So basically, if we shut this door, like, jeez, break the door off. Right there, that'll work. So, you know, it's kind of like that. And I'm not really sure, like, how does a light, you know, get there from, you know, the door that's right over here. Like, let's say she took a picture and it would hit the wall. See, here's the problem with it. Here's why that wouldn't work. She puts it at the front door and she takes a picture, right? The light, let's say there was a space underneath the door. Let's just pretend. Well, the light would come over and hit this wall over here and possibly part of this door. But this wall here blocks the rest of the light from scattering down the hallway to the left. Do you get it? So this hallway wall... the most it would ever get to is like in the middle of this door here. And I guess she could have seen sort of like a reflection on the floor under the door. You know, maybe that's possible, I guess. I don't know, though. All right, back to the video. Say no to lulz. Hey, thanks, Wild Bill up there.
I thought I heard like something.
Wild Bill Hickok.
And then Murphy barked, but I thought people were just...
You know, I just watched Tombstone last night. I was about to go to bed at 12, and I had recorded Tombstone, and I started watching, and I just couldn't stop watching it again. Val Kilmer in that movie is freaking amazing. I mean, I think that might be his best performance of any kind that he's ever been. I mean, he was just incredible. Man.
Then what happened after that?
I just went to bed, and then I woke up, and I was like half asleep, and I just thought I saw like a firework or something, like it just sparkled like under my door, and I thought I heard like something kind of fall, and then Murphy barked, but I thought people were just making like food, like, and Ethan was here or something and knocked something over because he's usually loud in the kitchen.
Yeah, see, this is it right here. This is like...
And did Maddie come in during that show or after?
She just knocked on my door, I think, during, and asked if I had Murphy, and I said no.
Okay. Then what happened after that?
This is like the pretty much the really only important stuff that she's talking about, other than filling in the timeline on the other portions.
One problem I have with
What?
the investigative theory. Why waste time babbling on about lights and booms if you did it?
Yeah, but they just didn't do it. I mean, I don't even have, I have a problem with every single one of the theories because they had nothing to do with anything. It's Brian Koberger. You see him circling around like a shark, and he admitted doing it. So what's weird is that there's even anybody still talking about that. But yeah, I mean, why would you mention little things, right? Those little details. The pro burgers will never understand it though. But this portion right here is really the key stuff that she says.
Then what happened after that?
I just went to bed, and then I woke up and I was like half asleep, and I just thought I saw like a firework or something.
And when she says firework, she's actually referring to furniture hitting a wall. Okay, so it's just a boom sound. And that's exactly what Dylan Mortensen said that Bethany told her it sounded like. So everyone was like, ooh, no, she said firecracker, so it's, it sounds like a, like that shit. And no, it doesn't. Yeah, I know you're talking about the pro burgers. Right. One problem I have with Dylan and Bethany, I know you're not a pro burger. You're saying you have one of the problems you have with it. I just think the whole questioning of them at this point is ludicrous. I understand what you're saying, Julian. I wasn't saying anything about what you're commenting. I'm just going further. Like you say, one problem I have with it. Well, the thing is I just completely rebuke anything that's ever said about it, because there's nothing that makes sense that they say. We already know that they had nothing to do with it, and we've listened to the 911 call, we've seen the body camera, and if that isn't enough to let people realize that they had nothing to do with it, then there's something wrong with your brain at that point. You understand that, right? Like, if you're somebody that's still wringing your hands about Dylan and Bethany, quit following true crime and go straight to the mental ward hospital and ask for a straitjacket immediately. Don't like have a conversation first. Just quickly ask for a straitjacket, because you definitely need one. There's something wrong with you. All right, here we go.
It could just sparkle like under my.
So it's like a sparkle. She kind of remembers. And, and there's sometimes, don't you see those sparkles sometimes when you get up too fast or something? Who the hell knows? I mean, I just think this is a red herring, the sparkle.
Door, and I thought I heard like something kind of fall, and then Murphy bark.
She said she thought she heard something kind of fall and Murphy bark. Isn't that crazy? See, look how amazing that is. That was never mentioned, by the way, in any of the. See, I don't know who wrote those reports, but what she just said right there is not mentioned in any of the writings out there. That there was this. It sounded like furniture and all this stuff. How come that wasn't in any of the writings? Thank you, Pamela Dasgupta. Did I say that right, by the way? Let me go back here.
Like it just sparkled like under my door, and I thought I heard like something kind of fall, and then Murphy bark, but I thought people were just making like food, like, and Ethan was here or something and knocked something over, because he's usually loud in the kitchen upstairs.
Okay. So what do you mean by you heard a firework?
It sounded like a little firework, and then there was like a spark. I went by my, I'm on the bottom floor.
Okay.
And so it kind of looked like it came down there, but I don't know.
I just want to listen to this part.
Here or something and knocked something over, because he's usually loud.
Right here.
I thought I heard like something kind of fall.
She thought she heard something kind of fall.
And then Murphy bark, but I thought people were just making like food, like, and Ethan was here or something and knocked something over, because he's usually loud in the kitchen upstairs.
Okay. So what do you mean by you heard a firework?
It sounded like a little firework, and then there was like a spark.
That's what she's talking about, though. The thing that fell over. I think. I mean, I don't know, man. Now she's sort of.
I went by my, I'm on the bottom floor.
Okay.
And so it kind of looked like it came down there, but I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just like, who knows? See, the thing is she might have actually been saying that she heard a loud sound upstairs and then sort of something that seemed like a firework or something. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, thanks, Lisa. Are you still out there,
So
Carrie?
is Murphy your dog?
Carrie, maybe you could send me the 2020 from 2 years ago that has that in there. And I can...
Kaylee's dog.
Kaylee's dog?
Kaylee and her ex-boyfriend's dog.
Okay. So you heard Murphy bark right after you heard what you thought was a firecracker?
Yeah, something like that, but he like, I don't know, dogs bark at random things.
See, and that's the thing. I think she is talking about that big sound that sound... Well, no, because she says furniture. So why would she then all of a sudden say it sounded like a firecracker when you just said it sounded like a furniture? So maybe she is talking about two specific things.
Things. And sometimes when he's happy, he'll bark.
Okay. It didn't sound like an angry growl or anything like that, just a bark?
I don't really know. I was like half asleep.
Okay.
It just sounded like bark.
So, hear the firework, kind of see a spark underneath the door.
Mm-hmm.
Murphy barks. What did you hear after that?
Pretty much nothing.
Nothing.
That's it.
Okay. And you thought maybe someone was just in the kitchen at that point?
Yeah, just like someone accidentally fell into the table or something.
See that? I mean, that's just so amazing because that's the thud that you hear. Listen.
So, hear the firework, kind of see a spark underneath the door.
Mm-hmm.
Murphy barks. What did you hear after that?
Pretty much nothing.
Nothing.
That's it.
Okay. And you thought maybe someone was just in the kitchen at that?
See that? This is where I think they're the same thing, because she says, "Watch."
Kind of see a spark underneath the door. Mm-hmm. Murphy barks. What did you hear?
Let me go back just a little bit more. Hold on.
Like that, just a bark?
I don't really know. I was like half asleep.
Okay.
It just sounded like bark.
So, hear the firework. Kind
So hear the firework. You hear that?
of see a spark underneath the door.
There's a spark underneath the door.
Murphy barks.
Murphy barks. So, like a sound that's sort of loud, and then a spark, and then Murphy barks.
What did you hear after that?
And then she doesn't say she heard anything else.
Pretty much nothing.
Nothing.
That's it.
Okay.
Because wouldn't she then say, "No, I heard the furniture thing"? So I think they're the same thing.
And you thought maybe someone was just in the kitchen at that point?
Yeah, just like someone accidentally fell into the table or something.
So that's what she's saying. That sound was. Well, I don't know. See, it's confusing. This guy isn't asking the right questions. You know, it's like.
Okay.
And she was like with Murphy.
Do you know about what time that might have been? Do you have any
Like
idea?
4 or something. I tried to call all of them at like 4:20.
And see, this is exactly that time. And watch this. Listen to this. I mean, that's right then. Look at this. 4:17:38 seconds. Right here. Here we go. That's the exact sound that she explained right there. 100%. And I even told you guys on a show the other day, I think that's actually furniture hitting a wall. And I actually think that that's the nightstand in Xana's bedroom that was moved, and that's what was hit. And the sound of that, you know, reverberated through the wooden floor right into her room. And it's really loud. What do you guys think of that? I mean, I really think that that's exactly what that is. I mean, listen to what she says. She literally says this exact same thing. And just go right there again, right there.
And you thought maybe someone was just in the kitchen at that point?
Yeah, just like someone accidentally fell into the table or something.
Somebody accidentally fell into the table or something. And then look, you play this. I mean, that's exactly what that is. There's absolutely zero doubt about that. She heard that. She was probably woken up, and guess what? Like right here, check it out. This is 4:17:09. Listen. There's the dog barking. You know, kind of probably woke her up a little bit, and she's kind of groggy. Oh, there's a dog, you know. And then she hears this portion right here. And that's probably, and she's like, you know, she thought they were playing with the dog, and yeah, now the dog's just barking, barking, barking. And, you know, right around this time, Koberger is probably still attacking Xana right now, and she's not making any sound anymore, but he's probably still, like, stabbing her. And, you know, like, right around now, he's leaving, heading out. You know, it's wild. Man, that's absolutely nuts. Did any of us know, before we heard this, that Bethany Funke also heard the loud thud sound. And the answer is no. We did not know that. That's a brand new piece of information that for some reason was left out. That would have been really nice to have in the probable cause document, wouldn't you think? I mean, you would have said there was a loud thud and it seemed to be timed up perfectly with what Bethany Funke heard.
Okay.
And she was like, "What might be?"
Do you know about what time that might have been? Do you have any
Like
idea?
4 or something. I tried to call all of them at like 4:20ish around that time, and no one was answering. I thought they just went to
The person I mentioned, Cleo, why don't you go back and listen?
bed or something.
Okay. What happened after that?
And called me, and she said she thinks she saw someone, and I didn't know like really what to think of it, because sometimes we think we hear things a lot in the
Here,
house,
let
but
me
it's usually just Ethan walking around.
I'm going to make a broad statement here. Any YouTube true crime, with the word true crime YouTuber, who is out there selling that Koberger's innocent and still looking into people like Bethany Funke and Dylan Mortensen and these other people, they are embarrassments to the true crime community, right? I mean, literally jokes. And I'm sorry that any of you go watch them. You're part of the embarrassment because you are selling, you are helping them propagate their bullshit, okay? I've never seen anything. This case is worse than anyone I've ever seen. It's ridiculous, okay? And so don't embarrass yourself by giving any time watching that stuff. Hey, thanks, Julian. Well, Gary, I just like to know everything. Well, you're not knowing anything. See, here's the thing. When you go watch that crap, you're not knowing anything. You're filling your head with bull crap, all right? That's what it is. It's insane, you know? And I just don't get it, man. I don't get it at all. You see a video that's just trash get 40,000 views, for God's sakes. How is that a thing? I make a video that's good and gets 8. You know? Like my audio, the video I made the other day, you know, with the lights in the window. I mean, that was pretty cool. I got like 25 or so. I mean, that should get like 70. That's freaking cool shit. But man, if you're a pro burger, ooh, it's so interesting. Ooh, look at this. Man, I don't know how you guys do it. I don't get it.
At like 4:20ish around that time, and no one was answering.
Thank you, Julian Kane, who said, let's see, guess if there was spatter on the table, Xana hit it running. No, she didn't hit that table running. She wasn't stabbed yet. They said she was attacked in the room. I think any of the blood on the table is likely going to be like Madison, or he might have been like swinging the knife and some just sort of flew over there that was still on the knife from upstairs. Yeah, nobody hit that table because all the red cups were still sitting there in their position. If anybody hit that table with any force at all, those would have all fallen over. Yeah.
Okay. What happened after that?
And called me, and she said she thinks she saw someone, and I didn't know like really what to think of it, because sometimes we think we hear things a lot in the house, but it's usually just Ethan walking around. But she came. I told her to come to my room, and she could sleep with me, and we could lock the door, and just stay in there just in case if there was anything, and that's all I know.
Who in the world? What do you mean, Deborah? It's like I'm a minority in covering this case, you know? Like, most of the people covering it are like, he did it. He didn't do it. You know, they think he didn't do it and somebody else did it. Or there's somebody else involved, too. How could one guy do all? It's just garbage.
I fell back asleep.
You didn't hear anything else?
Mm-mm.
Okay. No one else talking?
Thanks, Wendy.
Okay. Did you make it to your room then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time do you think she got in your room?
Around like 4:20, 4:30.
Okay, about the same time.
Yeah.
Where's her room located to yours?
I'm
Let's see what I have here. So I have at, so this is my timeline in the same area, same time frame. So at 2 o'clock, Bethany, Dylan, and Madison go up to Kaylee's room. They got home at 1:56. And then at 2:10, Dylan Mortensen sends a text message to an Uber driver. And then the Uber driver responds at 2:13 saying that he's available because they wanted to go. Madison and Bethany probably wanted to get some macaroni because it looks so good. What Kaylee and Madison got, so Bethany and Dylan, I mean, they're the ones that probably would have went to, go to the grub truck. And then Maddie, Bethany, Dylan, I think right around this time, that's probably when Kaylee said, hey, I'm going to get ready for bed, like at 2:18. Then at 2:20, Madison and Bethany take Murphy outside. Dylan goes to bed. And then I'm saying at 2:22, I gave her 2 minutes outside. Bethany's cold, so goes inside, puts something away, and gets a bag of chips. Then at 2:26, Kaylee begins calling boyfriend Jack. That's a hard-coded time there. The rest of these are sort of me speculating based on rational thought. Okay. Kaylee begins calling boyfriend Jack while laying in her bed. Then at 2:30, Bethany is in bed watching Baby Daddy. And there's a reason I have it like this. 2:34, Madison asks Bethany through the door if she has Murphy to Bethany, right? And then 2:36, Madison goes to her room and gets ready for bed. And then at 2:40, Madison gets into her own bed. You see her jeans on the floor. The Doc Martens are there. And, Koberger at that time is leaving. 2 minutes later is leaving his residence. And then at 2:43, Kaylee goes to Madison's room to have her call Jack. So she goes in there, and then Kaylee calls Jack at 2:44 first, and then Madison, probably laying on the bed, begins calling Jack at 2:44. And that's why they're on the same bed now. Kaylee was in her own bed, then got out of bed and went over to Madison's room so she could call. And then at 2:52, Madison calls Jack for the third time, and then at 2:52, Kaylee calls Jack the final time, and then this one right here, Madison calls Bethany. And so that made me speculate on the earlier live stream that perhaps this portion right here where Madison goes to Bethany's room and asks if she's seen Murphy, I wonder if that's actually after 2:53 here. Isn't that interesting? Because what if Madison called Bethany first and said, hey, have you seen, wanted to call her, but she didn't answer her phone. So then she goes downstairs and knocks on the door and wakes her up, basically, and says, have you seen Murphy? Doesn't that sort of make some sense? That Murphy trip was around this time, because this was always odd to me, But I'm just wondering now if while she was on the phone, she goes, oh, let me check on Murphy. Hey, have you seen Murphy, Bethany? But she doesn't answer. Then she walks down the stairs and asks her through the door. I mean, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Like, it's sort of, you could put it here. I think I'm going to throw it in there as an alternate, take this thing and put it here and then make that like 250, I guess I could make it like, well, let's do it like this. How about I put it right here? Is that it? Bethany, Madison, Bethany. Okay, yeah. Got it right there. And yeah, so maybe, we could, I'll make that like 255. Because remember, she said she was watching that show, so she's barely even asleep at this point, Bethany. And maybe she just didn't answer because she just nodded off, and then through the door. I mean, it'd be interesting if they would have asked her, so had you fallen asleep prior to you being woken up by Madison? But they didn't ask that. I'm not sure what this is over here. All this. That's saying a possibility. All right, guys, we're having one of those massive lulls again. We need, we only got 6 gifted channel memberships tonight. That's pretty bad. I got to be honest with you. So let's see if we can get that up to, I don't know, 15. Or if we get it 9 more of those, I'll donate 5 memberships myself. All right. That way we'll have 20. See if we can get 9 gifted memberships. Yeah, that would have been a great question. I mean, that's, you know, I'm using hindsight, obviously. I don't know if he would have known. Well, come on, K. Miller. Jesus, look at that. K. Miller. 20 gifted channel memberships. And then there's Michelle H2. Thank you. I wish that had some music associated with it. All right. We could do that, or maybe not that one.
You are a curious being.
Well, thank you so much. All right, so now we just need 3 more. I mean, even though that's more than I was saying, but I like to have these round numbers. Anyways, thank you.
Correct.
Oh, there's Dixie Hippie with 5. Wow, there you go, you guys. I'm going to have to throw mine in there now. Let's see how many memberships we can give out. Here we go. What do you guys think about what I just said, though? Doesn't it seem like that kind of now explains why you would call... I mean, there's 2 ways you could look at it. That she never found Murphy originally. You know, it could have been that, you know, they brought Murphy upstairs and he wandered off in the house somewhere. You know, and they weren't even looking for him. Hell, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. So let's say, you know, Murphy's upstairs. After Madison goes upstairs and puts Murphy kind of in the room, but the door's open. And then right around like 2:53, they're like, hey, where's Murphy? You know, they notice that Murphy isn't really right in the room right now, so calls down to Bethany and then goes down and asks, you know, and then maybe she even saw, maybe that's when, you know, here's the crazy part is we don't know what the hell happened in that house for an hour. So what if, you know, we're doing the what if game, but Xana and Ethan are home now, and she goes down there first and asks, and then goes, oh, you guys have them. Okay, great. Okay, good night. I'm going to sleep now or something. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? Like that, absolutely. I'm not even sure when Murphy, like she goes outside with Murphy, she probably just brought him back in like normal, shut the door and everything. And then brought him upstairs, but left the room open, the door of Madison or Kaylee's room open, and then later they were, hey, where's Murphy? So then called down to Bethany, hey, have you seen Murphy? Then went down the stairs because she didn't answer and knocked on the door. Hey, have you seen Murphy? And turns out maybe Murphy's just upstairs in Xana's room or something. Yeah, so that's pretty crazy, right? That sounds pretty... yeah, I think so too, Lisa. They seem like they're sort of almost... You know, her personality is kind of similar to that. Yeah. That's so weird, you know, how we just sort of go, oh, well, when she took her out, when Madison took Murphy outside, that's when Murphy got lost. Well, we don't have any idea if that's what happened.
The only one on the bottom floor, right by the front door.
Okay.
And then you go up the stairs, and Xana's room, and Xana's room, the kitchen, and then upstairs is Maddie and Kaylee's.
Okay. And where's the wardrobe?
Right by the kitchen.
Right by the kitchen.
Yeah, well, there's those stories where the dog ran up into the hills there, and they always wondered what he was doing in the back parking lot. And people think that maybe Koberger's befriending the dog, and yet it barked like hell even when he was there.
Okay. And did she say anything to you when she got into the room?
She said she thought she saw a man, but I didn't know what to think of it. I was like, still half asleep, and I was like, I didn't know what to do. I don't know. Okay. It didn't sound like I didn't hear screams, I didn't hear anything. But,
Hey, thanks everybody up there. We got Richard Watts, Julian Kane became a member, and then Dixie Hippie gifted 5. Michelle H. and K. Miller with 20.
Really no.
Okay. Okay. And obviously she didn't say anything more than she just saw someone.
Yeah, that's all I remember her saying.
Okay. So your bed then, if I'm looking at the right house, you have a parking lot, front door, and your bedroom's just to the right? Okay. And that's where you slept from by the time you finally got into your room around 4-ish or so. Actually, before that.
So like 3 something.
Yeah. So you were in there sleeping. Okay. Dylan got to your room maybe somewhere around 4:20-ish, but Dylan was already home at that point.
Hey, you know what's funny, K. Miller? Here's a good example. Oh, you're still on the screen there. Sorry about that. But here's something funny. Like she just said, yeah, I feel that dog would have barked at a stranger in the hill above. Just my opinion. My dog barks at strangers. Even people they've met a few times are still strangers to them. Well, I'll tell you what today happened for me is I wore this, I don't know, you ever see like you know, the Gilligan kind of hat where it kind of comes down on the sides? I wore that and I came in the house and Gracie just would growling and barking at me like just viciously, who the hell are you? And I go, Gracie, it's me. It's just a hat. And I put my hand over there and she's like, oh, hey. I mean, it was just so weird. I mean, what the hell? Just because I have a hat on, you're going to bark at me? You know, but at least she recognized me after that.
You knew that Maddie and Kaylee were home. Do you know when anyone else in the house got home?
I don't know when Xana or anyone got home. I didn't hear them come in or anything.
Okay. Okay. And last time you saw Xana and Ethan was at the Stigma guys? Mm-hmm. Okay. So, did you see anything weird at the party there at this?
Just normal.
Okay. And since how the way the people are set up, were everyone hanging out primarily up in the main common room area, or were most people hanging out in individual rooms and stuff like that?
It's a little bit of a mixture. At first, it was in the apartments, and then it was the main room.
Okay.
And then as I was leaving, I went in to grab a backpack from our friend's room, and Xana and Ethan were sitting on the couch just listening to music.
Okay. And that was up in the main room, or that was in some?
That was in an apartment.
That was in an apartment?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you hear of anything that happened to anybody?
Mm-mm.
Was there anyone strange or odd hanging around the party?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you know of anybody in your house that has an issue with anyone? Any ex-boyfriends? Anything like that?
Mm-hmm. All their ex-boyfriends are really nice, and they still are good friends.
Okay.
Nope. You didn't say the right name. You didn't say the right name, Jeanette. Man, you're stuck with it. You gotta be like me when I do my videos and I say the wrong name. Everyone goes, great, it's actually this person. Like you didn't know, right? You know, it's absolutely ridiculous, you know? I mean, people that watch me don't spend the time correcting things they know I know the answer to. You know, what they are good at, people watching my show, is I could go like this. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's the number that comes after 5? Oh, 6. And 97 people type in 6 in that 1 second time frame when I was, where I got it right. let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, 5, 6. It's 5, Gray. It's 5. Come on, man. Give me a second. Was the light flash? Oh man, again with that one. We don't know if it was the DoorDash driver. I was wondering if that's what it was. I've wondered about that. I've wondered stuff. Who knows, man.
Have you ever had any of your roommates complain about anyone stalking them?
Oh, here's one.
Once though, Kaylee said when everyone was like gone, me and were at the sorority house for a meeting, and it was only Kaylee, and she was taking Murphy out to pee. This was a while ago, and she said she swears she saw someone staring at her while she was taking the dog out to pee from the
Remember
backyard.
how long ago that was?
Yeah, she was about to say where it was, and he interrupts her.
Where she saw someone staring at her while she was taking the dog out to pee from the
Remember
backyard.
how long ago that was?
Like backyard, and man, she was about to say where it was, and he interrupts. When you're one of these guys here, you just let them talk until they're done talking. Okay, and then you ask them another question when they're done talking. You never in a situation like this, interrupting these people is never good. When you're in a situation like this, you got to let them ramble. Even like let them say every single thing that comes into their mind. And instead of you interrupt and then you got her on a different track, and we never got back to what that answer was going to be.
And it was only Kaylee, and she was taking Murphy out to pee. This was a while ago, and she said she swears she saw someone staring at her while she was taking the dog out to pee from the
Remember how
backyard.
long ago that was?
Maybe like a month.
Here's how long ago it was.
She could see like a man silhouette like staring at her.
I mean, you could ask that question next, but this is like...
You think it was about a month ago?
Mm-hmm.
She tries to kind of get it back in there, but...
Did Kaylee have any issues with anyone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I know, he asked how long ago it was, right.
None of them has made any comments or
He
statements.
interrupted her about to say where the person was standing.
Anyone trying to come onto them or anything like that?
Yeah, I bet that very good chance. That
And you
was
said
COVID.
that all of the ex-boyfriends of that, they're all normally very nice and stuff like that. Are any of them fairly recent breakups?
What is what?
One, but
Like I said, every little bit helps. Can you give me a little information on that?
I mean, they got that mic. We were just tuned in to anything on that table smashing around.
his name's he lives
Yeah, his name is Koberger, not Kohlberger. There's no L in there.
down the
It's an
street.
H.
On Taylor?
On King, I think.
Okay.
And he
Yeah, usually it's the pro burgers who say Kohlberger. So now I'm watching you now, Chris. I'm watching you.
and Kaylee share Murphy,
Okay.
and they dated for
Now, there's nothing way off at all, Khaleesi. If you have a brain that's functional, it's really kind of a simple case to follow along. It's absolutely simple. So the people who say it's really complex and something's off, there's really just something off in their brain. Okay, this or you've been watching the clown with spiders on his eyes, or the UK guy, or this other guy that wears these dark sunglasses and is a nut job. All right. So, you know, what you pick your choice, whatever it is, but this case is simple, you know, in terms of the basic facts that lead to his guilt. Now, I want to have all of the pieces of the puzzle put together, you know, where it's just every moment is accounted for almost. I mean, we're almost getting there there's an hour time, 3 to 4. There is nothing going on except maybe Xana and Ethan are awake somewhere. That's about it. Right? Yeah, they always spell his name wrong. I mean, you want to... The people that are pro burgers, they don't even know how to spell or pronounce any of the people's names in the case. It's really strange. Not all of them, but like a lot of them. But we're hitting one of those lulls again, you guys. Let's try to have this be one of those good nights.
Years.
I mean, it already is because of Kay Miller and other people out there. But, let's have it be one that can make up for a crappy night that'll probably be coming up.
That's in Kaylee?
Mm-hmm. Or something like that.
And they did it for 7 years?
Something like that. Since high school. Their families are really close too.
Yeah, so none of this other stuff is related to timeline or anything. So, have you guys seen those pictures that I put out already? I mean, I know they were in the commercial for the 2020 episode. That's right, these ones. I thought these were sort of interesting, and that's why it'd be great to have the metadata for these photographs and then align it up to his haircut time. He just got this haircut on this day. That's why he's looking at himself. He likes the look, after he came home. So whatever date this photograph was taken, I bet you this one might be, if those are accurate that were sent to me, that this one would be like September, let's see, November 7th. That one. Maybe, But it could be even clear back in July when he got the other ones. Who the hell knows? Let's see. Well, I just think they're all sleeping except for Xana and Ethan. So, between 3 and 4. Bethany adds somebody to her contact list at like 3:52. Or not Bethany, Dylan, I mean. No grades, Dylan, grades, Dylan. Here we go. I don't think he had his eyebrows trimmed. Why would he trim his eyebrows before the homicides? That doesn't make sense. He didn't know about that. See, that's like right there. I mean, that, wow. Look at that picture right there. See, you remember when I said he reminds me of Adam Lanza? It's like these pictures right here. This is it. Look at that freaking face right there. You see that? I mean, that's what Adam... Let me show you Adam Lanza. Hold on. He just does a nut job. I mean... Look at this. You'll just immediately say, yep. I mean, look at that. I mean, they're like clones of each other, for God's sakes, right? I mean, you could easily see him, like looking like that. Oh, yeah. Whew. That's crazy, huh? I mean, Adam Lanza may have looked a little creepier, but I'm just saying. I mean, this guy looks pretty creepy. And by the way, we've proven now that the curtain was there. This picture right here was a perfect one. You can see the curtain, and it's kind of bent out a little bit like that. And then, boom, look at that. There it is. It's right here. That's a curtain. It's not a straight line. That's what a wall in the house would be. And it's curved. So there you go. You've actually got the curtains in the bathroom. And it appears to be like that's all he had. There wasn't an inner lining or anything. So I don't believe his shower curtain or anything like that was used in terms of the night of the murders. Now, he may have used it later for something, to bury something. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know why he would do that. No, I don't think he used it for anything. It's in the picture when he got home at 10:30. He got home at 10:30 and the curtain's still sitting on the curtain rod. Massive lull alert. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, look at that. But see, this could be even in like July or something. We don't know. I mean, he looks, man. You know, I don't know if I bet you if you put that picture and then this one, you wouldn't really immediately be able to say that's the same person. Yeah, we've seen the Bundy one. We've shown that on the show before. Well, let's just let us all go watch the special before we start getting too much into it. All right. I just want to watch it in peace without already knowing what's happening. I'm recording it. Yeah, he looks like he's just, you know. It's so weird that he's got his thumbs up, you know, like he's just so happy with what he did. So there's these ones. I bet you there's like, I don't know how, like, why Dateline has these blurred out versions here. You know, because this is how clear a lot of the images look. Like that one and this one, that's the same thing. Like if you go back to, like, that picture right there might even be, let's see, there's a light right above his head to the left. See right up there? I think that's the same picture as that one. See the light up there? So this is what it really looked like, so I'm not sure what Dateline got. Hey, look at that. The Lul Buster came in. 8675309. Thanks for busting a lull. But we also need 2 channel members to get to 40. So if you guys can do 2 channel memberships, we'll be at a nice little even number of 40. That'd be cool. But look how clear that is right there, you guys. Look at that. I mean, that's just crystal clear. And obviously, the picture before, that right there's the hoodie that he puts over his head. Maybe just moments later. Don't know. But see, he looks different in that one, even there, than he looks in, like, these, right? Like, look at that picture there, and then look at this one there. He doesn't look like the same person. You wouldn't even be able to tell. But, hey, Christopher, overall, has it been pretty good, the 2020? I'm recording it. I just don't want to know too many things. I like to just... Yeah, well, apparently these are taken, I believe, in Pennsylvania, if I got that right. I don't think these are at his apartment, because the lights are different. Like, that's not what he has in his apartment right there. And I was just trying to find out earlier, like, when did he cut his hair? I'd love to see these in clearness. I don't know if they show these clear, but I think a lot of these are taken... Yeah, see, look at the light. These are the lights they have in that apartment.
Hello.
And there he is right there.
Hello. I am Officer Loangus.
See, that's kind of what his hair somewhat looks like on the day of the murders.
Stops being audio.
But this is in October 14th, so he might have got his hair cut a little bit after that. Right. It seems like they just keep repeating themselves in some of these specials. Like, I thought the last special was one of the better ones in terms of getting to know the people. And then now 2020 is doing one that's similar, I guess.
And video recorded. I think you know why I stopped you.
Yeah, so, you know, I just wanted to tell you, we don't even have crosswalks in Pennsylvania.
Okay, so I found it. So I don't know what in Pennsylvania... where you go to find laws, but in Washington it's called the Revised Code of Washington, obstructing the passage of other vehicles. Writing a ticket or anything like that today, I understand.
The funny thing is I actually agree with Koberger on this situation here. I think not being able to claim an intersection is ludicrous, okay? During rush hour, you could be stuck at an intersection for an hour if you literally had to wait for the kindness of somebody, or... You know, especially if you don't have a left turn signal, you have to be able to claim the intersection during rush hour, or you'll sit there for an hour. Because there's never time. It's, you know, like there's 100 cars on that side. They come across, and you have to be able to go, or you're just going to be sitting there. I mean, I'm telling you, I've been behind the cars that don't do that. And I just sit there and honk at them over and over again. What are you doing, you idiot? We're never going to get out of here. We're going to be here for, I mean, it's just ridiculous. So right when the light turns, like what is it? It's turning red. So it's green, 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 but you can't turn. And then right when it's red, you can almost get 2 cars that turn left. You know? Anyways. Hey, thanks, Esther M, for another Lol Buster.
And you're from Pennsylvania, but...
All right, so that was... I mean, we don't have to go... I don't really want to go through all those again. There was some new documents that came out today, a bunch of them. You know, nothing real, you know, incredible or anything like that. Now, they did have these. Like, those are the pictures they had in court. It's pretty sad looking at those. Man, they're just... That just sucks. And then that's the one they used of Kaylee. And then they used... I think the one of Ethan was not working earlier. And there's Xana. And then when I tried to do Ethan's... Right there, I believe. Oh, now it's working. Okay, they had an error on there earlier. So there's the one they used of Ethan, and then what's this one? That's one I thought they were going to put up there. So that was all the roommates. And so, you know, now we know that like Bethany, Xana, Ethan, and Madison all went over to Sigma Chi, and all 3 of them were killed. And then Dylan, obviously, at the bottom of the stairs right there was... you know, she was at the bottom of the stairs, and then Bethany Funke. I'm not actually sure exactly where this... I think this photo was taken maybe at a different apartment, maybe the Whites that they were talking about. I guess what we could do is just check. I think these are the Whites, maybe. Is that what those are? These apartments? Let's see. Let me just take a look. Does it make sense? Or that's a fraternity. Huh, I didn't know that. Maybe, because it kind of looks like they're underneath that area up there. You know, sort of like that, but on the bottom floor. See? And then there's stairs, like going up. So it's almost like they're right there. I think that is where they're at. Like maybe they're just underneath there, and those steps going up are these steps right back there. You know, something like that. Don't know, but, you know, it's just shit. It's crap. Well, how was today? 8675309. Have you stuffed your van up with handcuffs and zip ties? Man, I think I just lost the link I just had. Right, so all these came in. And then we've got second notice of filing defendant's additional objection. You know, like some of these are just, there's just nothing in them, really. It's weird, though, how these were all spread out and they were just hidden. And now they're available in the same spot. And there's none down here, so that's kind of where the dates of the new documents are. There was one that was the, what was that one called? It was the alternate suspect one.
Did you hear that Kelly's mum said that her face was dented like a ping pong ball? In her recent interview, we now know the exact amount of stabs. Crying face emoji.
Yeah, well, don't we already know it was like 50 something? I don't know. I haven't been watching those interviews or anything. And I don't even know where or anything like that at all. I have no idea. Yeah. I just kind of do my own thing. Yeah, Nancy Disgrace, yeah. It's kind of strange how they always, like Nancy Grace always gets interviews with these people. I mean, my God, if you want to turn something into sensationalism, that's where you go. What was the thing that she said the other day that was so off? She was claiming these shit and everybody was going, oh my God, did you hear what? You know, it was just completely bogus. Now, these are closed. Well, basically, just the information that was in there. One of these documents talked about how Steve Gonzalez, the Gonzalez's family tried to get a hold of the DoorDash driver. They communicated. You know, he's probably just trying to do his own investigation, you know. And so they communicated, and I guess their conversations were made public. I mean, not public, but made available to the defense or something, you know. Yeah, that's right. She said he was waiting in the house. Yeah, Koberger was waiting in the house. Even though that makes no sense logically, I'm going to say it because it's so interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, why would you say something like that? It's so irresponsible. That Koberger's lying in wait in the house. When? When would he have been able to do that? They were all in bed sleeping. And he came in at, like, you know, after 4:08 and before 4:20, he's out of there. It's just crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything is, hey, watch those ads then. Maybe the channel can actually make $1 or $2 on ad revenue. It's crazy. I can't find the one that we were talking about. There's one that talks about DNA and that there was a mixture of DNA on the back side of the knife sheath. So I'm not sure what that, I mean, it was a mixture, so it could be Kaylee and Madison's blood on there or something like that. But it was only on the underside of the button snap that had the single source of DNA on. I don't mind her, like, on her podcast and just, you know, sometimes. I just don't understand the recklessness like that. Like in the Kanika Jenkins case, I was the only person that had it right. Like, I was working through it saying, look, she just died accidentally in the freezer. It's obvious. I mean, here's the surveillance. Look it. And she was telling people there's something something not right, because she knew that's where the popularity was. You know, I don't give a damn where the popularity is, and you guys know that. I really don't give a crap what's popular. I go with what the information says. Now, do I every single time interpret everything exactly, perfectly every single time? Maybe not, but I think we're pretty damn accurate over here. I would say we're in the 90% range where, you know, even higher, where we get stuff really, really accurately. Like, it's almost every case we start saying stuff like, wow, we nailed this one, you know? Yeah, the alt perps. I mean, I hope you give me the right words, because if it doesn't say alt perps, yeah, see, it's not there. States object. This one right here, page 3. Is that what? Yeah, I think I was already on there. So right here, let's just start up here. It appears that in reality the defendant merely wants to cross-examine various states' witnesses as opposed to trying to make a case of an alternate perpetrator. While the defendant certainly has the prerogative to cross-examine states' witnesses, he cannot speculate that a third party committed the crimes with which the defendant is charged. This is the essence of the limitation and requirements related to alternate perpetrators. It remains the state's position that any attempt, hey, thanks, Amethyst Eyes, any attempt by the defendant to offer or urge an alternate perpetrator theory without evidence, specifically connecting persons other than the defendant to the homicides, would do nothing more than mislead and confuse the jury, and would also result in undue delay, waste of time, needless presentation of cumulative evidence, and unfair prejudice to the state. Right, exactly. Turning next to the 4 individuals. See, these are the, remember how they accused 4 people they wanted to bring up? And just that fact alone, that they wanted to, hey, we have 4 alternative suspects. Well, that means you're just throwing crap at a wall and hoping something sticks. It's ridiculous. So any attempt by the defendant to offer or argue an alternate perpetrator theory without evidence specifically connected to other than the defendant to the homicide would be nothing more. Yeah, we already did that. Turning next to the 4 individuals the defendant wishes to argue as alternate perpetrators, the state addresses each in turn. As discussed below, the court should conclude or preclude alternate perpetrator evidence as to each because the defendant has not provided admissible evidence linking them to the homicides as required under Meister. The defendant first proffers, some person was in the proximity to 2 of the victims hours before the homicides without something else later that night is not probative evidence and is excludable under Idaho Rule of Evidence 403, particularly looking at whatever this person was doing. The defendant next points to 3 lab reports which merely reflect that as part of something cooperation with investigators, a guy's name, investigators, he voluntarily submitted a DNA sample and fingerprints. Tellingly, the defendant fails to note that the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab eliminated that person's DNA from the crime scene, and yet they still want to bring him up. How stupid, right? Now, this person's DNA was not found on the knife sheath strap on which DNA was found that was matched to the defendant, or in the DNA mixture found on the back of the sheath. So that's sort of interesting that there's a mixture on the back. And that just might be, I don't know if there's a male DNA in the mixture or whatever it was, but how stupid is that? Lab excludes that person's DNA taken from Xana, excludes from everything. There's no connection whatsoever. In sum, the state specifically submits that the defendant's submission regarding that person do not even rise to the level of mere inference that he could have committed the crimes, much less evidence linking him to the actual perpetration of the crime. No, it's 28. I thought it was like 50 something. Jody Arias stabbed Travis Alexander 29 times. I think. Might have been 27. How do people explain that story? How does a young girl, how does she attack a big, healthy guy with a knife? Ugh. See, that's the thing, is like, and she stabbed him 20-something times, but she shot him first in the head. That's the thing. That's how she was able to do that. Welcome. Hey, we still need one more. I think what are we at here for the gifted memberships? We need one more of those. Oh, you're going to go to bed? So how do you, we're supposed to still talk. We were supposed to talk today, 8675309. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows? Got to figure out, hear all your stories, what you've been doing. All right. Well, you guys, How about we switch over and do some Heuermann for a little bit? I think you'll find these interesting. Yeah, the Jodi Arias case, if it was today, would be the biggest case that there's ever been, ever. So it was huge when it was covered. And if it was today with the same images released and everything, oh my God, it would. If they had the same leaks and everything, it would just blown it away. Yeah, we're trying to. We don't have. There's just a minimum goal, Esther. I've told you this a million times. You know, like some nights we barely just get to the goal, and we're just. If we only hit the goal every single night, the low end, the actual goal, we wouldn't be able to donate anything. So that's why I do my videos, and then we have nights where it's better. So hey, look at Timothy Cecil and Jessica Schubach. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, well I call him Ogre on the thing. No, I'm not going to change it, Amethyst size.
Ray, can you please change the other to say interview instead of interrogation for Bethany, please? You always defend the roommates. Thank you.
Yeah, but it is an interrogation. They're in there asking questions. It doesn't mean that they're a suspect or anything. You're just interrogating them. You're asking questions. I mean, sure, it might be an interview. I just think people get too carried away. Like overthinking things. I mean, sure, I guess. Well, I'm serious. I was like, well, who cares, I mean, is it really? All right, I'll do it just for you, though, okay? Where is it? Right there. I mean, was it going to keep you up at night? Gray, you're always defending the roommates, but now you're saying it's an interrogation, so now you're not supporting the roommates, even though in here I said, if you're accusing the roommates of something, you're a disgrace to the true crime community. Okay? That's the truth. All right. I mean, isn't that really all that matters? I did say interview in the description down there. Does that count? Come on. Don't overthink stuff, Amethyst size. That gets when people start nitpicking like that, that's when true crime gets frustrating. That doesn't mean anything. That's just sort of the standard term when somebody, is being questioned. That's what people call it. No, we're not. We already finished all that. No, we don't have her Fitbit data. Yeah. Does my thumbnail say interrogation on it? Or what does it say? Do I have to fix that now too? Oh boy. This is where you just kill a lot of time, But Gray. No, I didn't. Yes, so now we're good. All right, it's not in the thumbnail. Woo! Excellent. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. I remember that. Remember that? What it was? Hey, let's see how it reads that. Hold on.
Thumbs up emoji, up, thumbs up emoji, rolling on the floor laughing face, rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Ron Pexa! That's right. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Remember that? What was that when we used to see that all the time? We got this stuff from years ago. Yes, Mariah. I got asked, Gray, have you done any analysis on the security footage other than the lights reflecting on the window? I mean, look at these people who show up and ask these questions. It's like I've made more videos on that surveillance footage than every single one of the people on YouTube combined. Okay? I'm the one that put it all together a long time ago. I told you exactly what you'd be seeing, and there it is. Hey, thanks, Patricia Grizo. Man, have you ever done any analysis other than that? My God. That's almost laughable. Hey, look at that. She upgraded to Megazoid. Now, if you're new here, I understand the question, but, like, how is it that you haven't seen the videos over here? I mean, I do it where, like, I actually made a video recently where I drove out there. I've been there 3 times now. I filmed the entire route, and then the parts that you can't see, I fill in with me driving. All right, so it's all there. Like you know exactly what everything looks like. Driving back behind the building, blah 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 blah. It's all there, right? So if you want to go watch them, just go through all the videos. You don't have to watch the live streams. Just go through the videos. You'll see it. I can't find it. What do you mean you can't find it? Just go through the videos that I've made. Like, go to my channel, hit videos, and scroll down. There's tons of them. I mean, after you watch like 20 of them, you'll just be like, oh my God, I know this case better than everybody else. That's how it works. Hey, thanks, Amethyst Side. Look at that, all the way back from Jody Arias days. That's 2013. All right. So you guys, let's do the Rex Heuermann now. And if you're not interested, I'm sorry. Absolutely no one has... I mean, it's just weird, though. Have you done any other analysis? Oh, my God. I get people commenting, Gray, underneath my videos that say, another one on this, Gray? Do a different topic, for God's sakes. That's how many videos I've made on the surveillance. Anytime there was an update, I added that in. You know, I made animations showing it. Those some of those aren't accurate now. The car was going in a different... That's pretty accurate, but kind of goes and doesn't keep looping around. Yeah, I went there and I filmed it while they were tearing it down. That's the same weekend. Like, if you go back up to here, you know, this is this building right here. The next day they tore it down. So I might have some of the last, like, you know, having this 360-degree camera was really useful because we can look at it from any angle. You know, just look at it. I think the DoorDash driver was parked right around here, though. Like right around in this area. You know, it's weird, though, the lighting situation. So I'm trying to figure out, like, those windows, how did it see anything on this street over here? Might have to look at that again. I mean, that seems like this house would have blocked it. But it seems like you can see a little bit of something. Well, right here you could, right? So when it's right there, it would reflect on there. Yeah, that's a cool camera. Yeah, there's always this guy parked here. And look at from over here. This is one of the other cool things that I was doing. Is so this one right here is 1127 right there, and this is 1119. If you go back just a little bit more, see there is the house with the camera on it, and this is exactly where, when the Elantra was driving through that gap, you could see it on that camera. So if you went over to, let's see, right here, and we're up in that little gap right there. I'll just find a time when a car comes by. Right there, maybe. Nah, it's way... He's already in there. Yeah, so right around 403 something. There he is. See right there? I'm going back and forth. That's right in that little gap that I just showed you. Right there. See that? So that spot is right there. See? And there's the camera on top of that door. You can't see it, but that's where it is. All right? There you go. Awesome. All right, so we've had like for display purposes, we've always had a bunch of stuff in here like this, for example. I mean, this is really useful. You know, I made a 3D model of the whole house, but I rendered out scenes. So here's the kitchen. You come in. That's Dylan Mortensen's room. There's right there's the living room, and those are the stairs that go down. Bethany Funke's room is right below the living room right there. Xana Kernodle's room is right around that corner there. The kitchen's right over there to the right. Those are the stairs that go upstairs to the 3rd floor, and that's Dylan Mortensen's room. Now we're going up the stairs, and if you just go back a little bit of space there, there's Dylan Mortensen's room. We're going up the stairs now. We make it to the top of the stairs. There is, I mean, if you watch the body camera footage, it looks exactly the same. It's crazy. That's Bethany Funke's room, except there's also these refrigerators along there now. There's the bathroom. This is Dylan Mortensen's room. And then this is in Dylan Mortensen's room. Obviously, they weren't like that. The knife sheath is probably about right in the right spot. She's flipped over on her back. And we don't really, this is how it was described Kaylee was, but I don't think she was like that. The knife sheath is probably in that precise area there. Then you go down the stairs again. And then after you go down the stairs, you might go, I mean, this position here is a good one to see. Dylan, whose room is right through that wall, came into the living room. There's a table there, then runs down these stairs to get to Bethany's room, but on the way, could see down the hallway and see somebody, Xana, lying on the ground there. All right, and obviously Xana's on her back. You know, this is, I made these way before. He's completely different than that too now. Like he's on his back and his head's more like in the corner over there. But at least I have him, just guessing, I have him in the right places, you know. So that was before we got the specific information about that. But anyways, there you go, see? And there's Dylan's room, and that's what it would have, you know, the door was obviously more shut than that. And there's the balaclava Koberger. I even used Koberger's face and put it on there, and then there he is leaving. Now, obviously, the house also was much brighter than that. All right, there you go. I'm going to shut that down now. And I'm going to switch over to a different case. So if you don't want to know about the Rex Heuermann one, you'll have to step out gracefully. Gray, I came here for Koberger, you bastard. Well, I'm sorry. What year was Peaches, by the way? Hold on a second. So that was 1997. Man, interesting. I think Peaches is one of Heuermann's victims, even though she hasn't been listed as one. So these are the ones I'm putting in here. All right. So we all know, like, Rex Heuermann is somebody that's been accused of killing. I think he's been charged with 7 different victims at this point. The Gilgo 4, and then Jessica Taylor, and also Sandra Castilla, or Castilla, probably. And then I can't remember what I think it's Valerie Mack is the other one. All right. So we're going to, the first known victim of Rex Heuermann is 1993. And by the way, when this person was first found, they attributed the killing to Bitroff, another person. He killed 2 people, but they don't know exactly, you know, like if he was a serial killer. I mean, he did kill 2 different random people. So maybe, you know, you might consider him one. I guess it has to be, I don't know if it's 2 or more or 3. I don't know what the number is, but yeah. So Rex Heuermann is the guy on the thumbnail. He looks like, you know, he makes like basically every other killer look handsome. I mean, this guy is just an ogre, you know. I mean, look at this thing. Like, what was the one I just saw? Man, that thing was creepy. Yeah, over there. I think it was back on the page before. There was just this crazy one. This one. Look at this. Look at this thing right there. Like, you could just make a horror movie, put him in there with no makeup at all, and it would just be amazing. Look at that guy. Yeah, so this guy, I think Rex Heuermann, that person that you just looked at right there, has probably killed, I bet you, way over 50 people. And I'm saying that because there's these huge gaps. I just think he's found different burial grounds in different places, and they just haven't found those yet. Like, for example, all 11 bodies found on, you know, that Gilgo Beach area, those definitely, they're all connected. And I don't think that they would have ever found those had they not been looking for Shannon Gilbert that one day, because they were just thrown in a place that nobody would look. Well, thanks. My name is Gray, though, but hey, thank you, though. You've been a member for 10 months and I'm still Greg? Hey, I tell you what, I respond to Gary, Craig, and Jim, all right? So there you go. You can call me any of those, and just don't call me late for dinner. All right? All right. Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, 10 months, though. That's almost a year of hell. Thank you. All right, so right here it says, this is Castilla, but we don't have any, or is it Castillo? And I gotta go look again. Because there's two different people with the same, almost the same name. His victim is a Castilla. So she's Castilla, and then there's a Castillo. That's another victim. But we're not going over those tonight. We're going over the random ones. All right, so his normal MO is like he would torture them, and then he'd bind them up. The ones on Gilgo Beach, and he'd put them in burlap bags and throw them on the side. But then before that, his original victim was nude, and I think she was just nude and stabbed many times and strangled to death. And then they were able to identify her really quickly. That was 1993 because of her tattoos, etc. So then his next victims he decapitated, cut their arms off and everything, and removed their tattoos. And it's pretty crazy. Oh boy. Yeah, I got a coffee from Lisa Valenzuela. The only coffee tonight, you guys. Let's try to, like, look at. Coffees are good. All right, they don't take as much percentage out as YouTube does, and they help out the channel. I never understand how 13 women had the same complaint about him into the college. We're talking about a different case right now, Mariah. Did you notice? All right, Suffolk County Police yesterday were investigating the death of a woman whose body was found by hunters in the woods in Southampton. Police say 2 hunters found the partially clothed female in North Sea in the town of Southampton. So, let's see, North Sea. I think I have that area. Let's see. North Sea. No. North Sea, South. There it is. Yeah, so I've already got a pin in that area. You can see it right there. And I think I even have the correct address and everything. The cause of death is unknown, but they're calling it suspicious. Yeah, I would think it's suspicious if somebody stabbed to death and strangled to death. See how, like, vague the news is, the cops are sometimes? Was that an actual picture? Oh, that's just a joke. That's somebody doing a Like, what is that a picture of? Is that like an AI model? All right, somebody wanted me to put that in there. That's probably an AI model. See over there, he's looking at his gut sticking out. Pretty good AI version, though. Give you that. Are you guys interested in this or not? Because I keep getting Koberger comments and stuff. I just want to switch now. Is that okay? I don't dislike you, Mariah. But come on. What kind of a question is that? Go look in my videos. I've got probably 50 videos on the surveillance footage. All right. Anyways, the cause of death is unknown. It says police say the victim is in her 20s and had been dead several days. The body has been taken to the Suffolk County Medical Examiner's office to determine the cause of death and identity. Police are asking anyone with information, blah, 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 to call that number. Then we got, that was on November 22nd, 1993. Then November 23rd, they have the ID now. It's the body of a partly clothed woman found in Southampton Woods Saturday has been identified as that of Sandra Castilla, 28, but police yesterday said they need help in finding her family and acquaintances to learn more about her. Police said Castilla's last known address was Gates Avenue in Ridgewood, Queens. Yeah, let's see if I got that. That's pretty crazy. Gates Avenue. That's probably it. Brooklyn. Or is there a Queens that I could type in there? Yeah, it's the same. So she lived in this general area. Yeah. Well, actually, I have an address right here. So does that... I'm not sure. Does that street go a different direction? Or I don't know. It's general area, though. I mean, pretty close. So that's where she lived at the time. Let's see. People now living in address said they didn't know her. Till somebody who cares about her comes forward, that's what we're stuck with. We don't have any recent address on her, nor do we have any information on where her family may be. We're obviously looking for somebody who knows of her more recently to tell us a starting point, who she was as a person. Let's see. Gurich said Castillo, whose body was discovered in North Sea, was strangled and might have been sexually assaulted. We don't know whether she was killed right there or someplace else and dumped there. Castilla had been arrested last year for jumping a subway turnstile, Gurich said. Detectives matched her fingerprints with those found in police records. She also used Catello as a last name, police said. So this might be why he started cutting off people's hands, because they got her fingerprints there. All right, that was the then 1994, May 27th. Let's see. Right here, cops see links in deaths of 3 women. So in this one, let me put Sandra in there just to go right to that. We have reason to believe Sandra Castilla may possibly be linked as well. We believe based on the totality of the circumstances, they were most likely sexually motivated homicides. So there's these 2 other women. Let's see, Colleen McNamee and Rita Tangretti Beinlich. They were all found nude, even Sandra Castilla, but they were blunt force trauma killed them. And those 2 were Bitroff's murders, but they always thought that Sandra was also one of his. But it turns out that Sandra Castilla was actually Rex Heuermann. So there's like these multiple serial killers running around out there. All right, then this is 1996. So these are those other 2 women right here. And they're also sex workers. So, you know, it's like The strangled nude body of Sandra Castilla, 28, whose last known address was in Queens, was found in November 1993 in a wooded area in North Sea. Police and McNamee's, who announced their reward offers a Suffolk Police headquarters in Yaphank or something. Or Yahank. I don't know how to pronounce that. She was last seen getting into a small blue car. Huh. McNamee left her drug treatment program at the South... Oh, this is the other person. So, police and the McNamees, who announced the reward offer at Suffolk Police headquarters. So that's actually like her parents. So she was seen getting into a small blue car in front of the Blue Dawn Diner. The couple said their daughter, who had been in and out of drug treatment programs, had had several jobs after graduating. So, you know, so she got into a blue car, and I bet you this girl got into a blue car. And so, you know, at the time, they thought they were all related. And then here is man charged in 1990s murder. So he was charged. So they finally found this guy. I mean, look how long it took. You're looking at 20 years until they came up with Bitroff right here. Suffolk County Police said the nude bodies of 31-year-old Rita Tangretti and 20-year-old Colleen McNamee were found within 3 months of each other in the wooded areas. And by the way, we don't have 4,000 people watching. We got about 400. That's just some idiot. They think it's like affects my channel. And I always talk to YouTube and they go, nope, we don't see anything. Suffolk County Police said the nude bodies, and then right here, SPOTUS said both women had been strangled and suffered severe blunt force injuries to their heads. Each was known to have worked as prostitutes, and the killer in both cases kept a unique piece of clothing, which the prosecutors declined to identify. You know, we kind of wonder if Koberger did something like that. SPOTUS said both women were posed in the same manner. He also said authorities were investigating whether Bitroff may have been responsible for the death of a third woman, 28-year-old Sandra Castilla, whose body was found in a similar state of those of Tangretti and McNamee. Castilla was found in the North Sea community of Southampton in December of 1993. And so that's within a year of Bitroff killing those other two. Bitroff is not charged in Castilla's case. So, you know, even in 2014, they were still wondering. And then 2024, DA, let's see, it says something about a manifesto. Alleged killer, Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann maintained a planning document. And we've seen that. It's crazy. Hair found decades ago at the wooded crime scene. I mean, look how nuts this is. I mean, all those years ago, they kept the stuff at the crime scene. Where the remains of Sandra Castilla and Jessica Taylor were found, also provided the Gilgo Beach Task Force with a DNA link to charge Rex Heuermann. It's crazy. And this is her. I thought she was really pretty. You know. And then, yeah. I mean, what's kind of dumb is in the John Bitroff Wikipedia, they still have Sandra Castilla in there. I mean, isn't it time to get rid of that one? I mean, you mentioned that, but then just get rid of it. It's not part of that. Stupid. All right, so that's her. And then we can go open up the, let's see, where is that? Are you guys finding this interesting at all? And even if you don't, I don't care. I just want to talk about something else for a couple of minutes. All right, let's go all the way to the top up here. This is a 37-page document, but I'm just going to go to her, right? So we can just... Hey, wow, thanks Dixie Hippie, and then for the coffee, and then someone, it just has a random name, but they got me like a can of coffee. You deserve more support for all you do to create this form and provide such definitive information. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I know it sounds kind of dumb, but I always think like, man, out of the channels that do this stuff, I feel like mine is one of the few that sort of deserves support from people. I mean, do the people who are a disgrace, putting out false information daily, do they deserve anything? I mean, it just seems odd. But anyways, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so these are all the charges here, but I'm just going to go to where they start talking about her. See right here, there's a Costello, too. I mean, it makes it kind of... Yeah, there's Castilla right there. Let me go to the next. See, set forth below is the people's bail application. Okay, there's Jessica Taylor. We haven't done hers yet. I mean, it's just interesting. All of these, they kind of break them down. I'm moving it towards the. Since we did Castillo was first, I'm going to hers. Oh, there it is. All right, so this is like almost like we were reading the newspaper article. It says, on about November 20th, 1993, 2 individuals, while hunting in a wooded area of the Southampton in the vicinity of 50 Old Fish Cove Road. So that's really specific at that point. And I think that's where it'll go right on top of the pin that I have there. I did these a long time ago. It's close. Like there's the road right there, and then I just have her in the woods just off of there. And let's see what that looked like. Yeah, so it's pretty wooded in there. Wow. Hey, look at that. It's 8675309's van just parked right on the side of the road, right where Rex Heuermann dumped a body. Why, my God. That's incredible. Yeah, so somewhere right back in there. What date is this? August 2024. It's sort of weird. I mean, look at, looks like, I mean, those look like, I don't know, are those federal, what's going on here? I wonder if they're there actually checking the area out or something. I don't know, maybe they're related to whatever this is. Just kind of strange. Yeah, because that's right back into the woods. All right, so then it said, discovered the remains of Sandra Castilla, date of birth 8/25/1965, or almost the exact same age. The victim, who had been 28 years old at the time, was lying on her back with her arms outstretched over her head with her uncovered legs spread apart. The victim, I mean, this is like so classic right here of an assault. The victim's shirt had been pulled up over her torso. I mean, it's exactly, even in Molly Tibbetts was the same. And head, exposing the victim's breast. The victim had numerous sharp force injuries to inter alia, her face, torso, breasts, left thigh, and vaginal area. So he just stabbed her everywhere like a freaking monster. Miss Castilla was native of Trinidad and Tobago, but had been living in New York prior to her disappearance and murder. Hairs recovered from the remains of Sandra Castilla. During the course of the 1993 investigation, Miss Castilla's body was examined by a forensic scientist with the probably Suffolk County, not really sure what the next part is, which led to the recovery of inter alia 3 hairs from the victim's remains, 1 from the victim's right arm, herein female hair Castilla, 1 from tape lift of the striped shirt above the victim's head, herein male hair on Castilla, as well as 1 from a tape lift of the white shirt above the victim's head. So they did like tape pulls from all of these like the clothing. Yeah, you didn't send another one, did you? I'm trying to cover something else, Ashley. Have you not been able to see that, or? Let's see. Or is that the same message that you sent like 20 minutes ago? Hey, thanks for gifting a membership there, Wild Bill Wassman. Yeah. So they found these 3 different hairs, and it says in 2014, well before the identification of Rex Heuermann, and this is around the time that Bitroff was looked into. That's probably why they were looking at these hairs, and they were trying to see if it matched Bitroff, and it didn't, right? Because that's the same year, 2014. The hairs on Castilla were sent to Forensic Laboratory Number 2, which was able to develop unique mitochondrial DNA profile for each of the hairs on Castilla. On or about August 1st, 2014, Forensic Laboratory Number 2 received an extract from, there it is, John Bitroff buccal swab. Forensic Laboratory Number 2 was then able to develop a mitochondrial DNA profile from John Bitroff buccal swab and subsequently compared it to the mitochondrial DNA profile that had been previously generated for each of the hairs on Castilla. At the conclusion of its analysis, Forensic Laboratory Number 2 was able to exclude John Bitroff and his maternal relatives as contributors of the hairs on Castilla. Recently, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force requested Forensic Laboratory Number 2 undergo forensic testing specifically comparing mitochondrial DNA profiles for each of the hairs on Castilla, which had been developed back in 2014 prior to Heuermann's emerging as a suspect in Miss Castilla's murder, to known samples provided by the Gilgo Homicide Task Force. On or about February 29th, 2024, so, a year and a half ago, Forensic Laboratory Number 2 issued a report concluding that the mitochondrial DNA profile developed from the male hair on Castilla and the profile developed from defendant's buccal swab are the same, specifically at a rate. So Rex Heuermann's hair was on Sandra Castilla. Can you guys believe that? I mean, his actual hair was on her back in 1993, and all these years later, they're able to tie it back. That's crazy. Okay. All right. Thanks, Carrie. I saw your email already. Let's see. Back to... So then it said, DNA profile developed from the male hair on Castilla and the profile developed from the defendant's buccal swab are the same, specifically at a rate that would, as a person of, in a database, exclude 99.96% of the North American population as the contributor of the aforementioned hair recovered on the mutilated remains of Sandra Castilla. Based on the foregoing, while 99.96% of North American population can be excluded as a contributor of the hair on Castilla, defendant Heuermann cannot be excluded as the contributor of the male hair on Castilla. So let's see. Buccal swab are the same. The male hair. I see. Right. So 99% of the North American population can be excluded as a contributor, but Heuermann cannot be excluded. Prior to Miss Castilla's disappearance and murder, defendant Heuermann, and listen to this crazy stuff here, you guys. Listen to this. I actually know this. This is insane. Watch this. Prior to Miss Castilla's disappearance and murder, defendant Heuermann had been living with a female individual whose identity is known to law enforcement, and, herein, her name, they'll just go by witness. Hereinafter witness. 3. During the course of the investigation, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force was able to secure a buccal swab from that witness that Heuermann lived with, which was secured via her consent. On or about March 29, 2024, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force brought a DNA extract from that witness, the person that Heuermann was living with, buccal swab, to the Forensic Laboratory Number 2 for further analysis. On or about May 8, 2024, Forensic Laboratory Number 2 issued a report concluding that the mitochondrial DNA profile developed from Witness 3's buccal swab and the profile developed from the female hair found on Castilla shared common base at all compared positions, specifically at a rate that would, as per the EMPOP database, exclude 99.98% of the North American population as the contributor of said hair recovered on the mutilated remains of Castilla, while 99.98% of the North American population can be excluded as a contributor. Witness 3, who had no longer resided at target residence prior to Miss Castilla's disappearance and murder, cannot be excluded as the contributor. So, man, how crazy is that? He has another person that, he was living with. So it's not even his wife this time. I mean, some other female he was living with, her hair got left at the crime scene as well. So now you got Rex Heuermann and another random woman that he was living with hair on the victim. Of course, if you're a pro-burger, you'd say, oh my God, so they killed her too? They're just idiots. Isn't that nuts, though? So, like, there's hair all over the place. They actually have a breakdown, and they do the just regular DNA profile. It's in, like, it's a number that you can't even identify. It's so high of a match. Yeah. Anyways, on or about March 8, 2024, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force brought a... Well, where have you been, Mariah Ellis? I mean, I've been doing this... I've had a channel here for 10 years. I've been covering these cases. I mean, where, did you get lost, mired in the quicksand of nut jobs? Yeah, anyways, let's see. On or about March 8, 2024, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force brought a cutting of the hairs on Castilla, as well as DNA extract of Witness 3's buccal swab to Forensic Laboratory Number 1 for further independent analysis. On or about April 29, 2024, Forensic Laboratory Number 1 issued a report indicating its ability to develop a nuclear DNA profile for the male hair on Castilla. And so that's like, they just started being able to do that. Get a full genetic profile, not just a mitochondrial. Just off of a hair. So they got so then it said, was then able to conduct a 1-to-1 autosomal nuclear DNA comparison between said profile developed from the male hair on Castilla. So they got a male hair on Castilla. Now they got a full genetic profile. And they compared it to Rex Heuermann's SNP genotype file developed from the buccal swab, which, look at this number here, you guys, which resulted in the conclusion that the DNA profile generated from the male hair on Castilla, which was recovered from Miss Castilla's mutilated remains, is 4.347 times 10 to the 332nd times more likely to have come from a person genetically identical to Rex Heuermann's SNP genotype file than from an unrelated individual. So that's like, you'd have to have like, I don't even, you can't even come up with a number that you could give to somebody that would make sense. Are you guys even paying attention to this? Or looks like all the comments are goofing around about something else. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what you guys are talking about in here. Seems like this should be sort of interesting. Yeah, the architect interview is pretty crazy. He's just, but I want you guys to know the factual elements. So if you're not paying attention, you're gonna be one of the lost people. When all this stuff comes around, yeah, I saw the interview with the architect though. Why don't you learn this stuff? This is way more important, all right, than an interview. The architect interview is actually irrelevant to the case. It has no meaning whatsoever, although it's just like, oh, look, he's interviewing with somebody. It has nothing to do with anything, right? This is the stuff that matters right here that we're talking about. And if you're missing it, then you're missing the really valuable stuff. So on Sandra Castilla here, they found 3 different hairs. The male hair is Rex Heuermann's. And then they also found a hair that turns out to be the hair of the woman he was living with at that time. And so look at that's the other one. So it says right here, witness 3's buccal swab. They did the same thing. They compared her genetic profile to the hair. And look at the number here, you guys. I mean, this doesn't even exist. I'm going to put this in the chat. Look at this thing. Well, that's not even it. It's 4.578 times 10 to the 1040 power. I mean, that's a number that doesn't, nobody uses a number like that. That means it's got, so many zeros on it that you don't even, it's ludicrous, right? So that means it is hers. Well, not necessarily, Gray. What if there were other planets like that in the universe? Yeah, well, okay. Well, there'd have to be 80 kajillion planets. Yeah, make kajillion be whatever you want it to be. 900 zeros on it. We don't know, but I mean, this is way more than like the Delphi case had. Even though that one is also, it's crazy. No, you're not. You're not multitasking. I know how you pretend that you heard, but you didn't. Based on the foregoing, it is significant that 2 forensic laboratories have now independently determined that male hair recovered from mutilated remains of Sandra Castillo is substantially more likely to have derived from a person genetically identical to defendant Heuermann, mitochondrial and nuclear profiles. Additionally, I mean, why do they use words like substantially? It's like ludicrously. Additionally, both laboratories were also able to forensically tie witness 3 who had resided at target residence prior. So Heuermann's lived there his whole life, basically. His parents lived there and in the house that he lives in. Now his wife and kids, I think they've moved though now. Miss Castillo's disappearance and murder. Yeah, so anyways, I mean, this is just dialed in. And then down here, this has like all of the different individuals. So look at right here. It says Sandra Castillo, male hair. Right here is the number. This is the one that matters. This one over here, yeah, that one's good. The mitochondrial DNA. But this is insane. And then they also have the female hair is 99.8. This one was 99.6. And for the male hair, and then, but look at that even. Those numbers are just crazy. So he's literally, 1993, basically 30 years later, he was tied to that murder, 100%. So there you go. That's that one. They found hairs on every single one, other than, well, they even on Maureen Brainerd Barnes. They didn't do a mitochondrial one. They went straight to. So this one is female hair on Barnes. They did a buccal. Then there was a buccal. They got the hair off of that buccal. You know that buccal that they found? That's what they got it on. The one that was like MW or whatever. Or the other way around even. And that was 7.9 trillion times more likely to come from an individual with identical genetic profile is ASAP Ellerap, his wife. Jeez. I mean, it's just crazy, right? I mean, so every time he killed somebody, he took hairs. You know, he didn't realize it, though, but there's, you know, women, you guys, your hairs are everywhere. They're just flying around. So you get the duct tape out or whatever, and it got stuck to it. Yeah, and by the way, you guys, I don't care if you guys randomly, you're talking about other stuff. It's just that when everybody is, it seems like you're talking to dead air, you know? It's like, I mean, you know, imagine a comedian getting up there and telling jokes, and the person in the front is, they're just talking about work, you know? That's the same feeling. You know, it's like, oh, is there anybody that's even following along, or... All right. All right, so Santa Castilla was 1993. And then 1996, there's this person named Sarah Vergata. And this one's pretty wild. I mean, this one hasn't been... This was another Gilgo Beach find, but they've never connected her. Yeah, so this says, cops, more beach remains discovered. Police have found what they suspect are human remains in 2 locations near a New York beach, bringing to... oh, wait, let me do this one first. Sorry. So here we go. This is the original one. Right here. It says, body parts found. And this is 1996, April 22nd. Beachcombers on Fire Island made a gruesome discovery during their walk along the shore. 2 human legs wrapped in plastic bag. The body parts were found on Blue Point Beach, just west of Davis Park, at about 7 p.m. Saturday, according to Detective Sergeant Kevin Cronin of the Suffolk County Police Department. A foot with red painted toenails, I mean, jeez, that's just sick, you know, had been protruding through the bag, Cronin said. The remains were taken to the Suffolk County Medical Examiner's Office in Hoppa for further examination. The Suffolk County Homicide Squad was investigating. No further information was available yesterday. And they're saying Fire Island. And I think they said, didn't they say Davis Park here? Beachcomber, yeah, Davis Park, and then Blue Point Beach. So way out here, let's see if they have Blue Point Beach. Blue Point Beach. Yeah, I don't see it. But this is Davis Park. If I go like that, will that make it? So that's across there. That's Blue Point. So, you know, this is Davis Park. So maybe just somewhere around in, you know, who knows exactly where. I guess we could just sort of put it by a beach over here. And then the Suffolk County Homicide Squad was investigating. No further information was available yesterday afternoon. All right, so that's where I guess we could put Vergata here, I believe, anyways. And then we move over to 2011. Smith said a human skull was found among vegetation about 90 feet from Ocean Parkway on Long Island on Monday afternoon. Police found another set of remains earlier in the day. Both sets of remains were next to the Nassau County Medical Examiner's Office or sent there for further analysis. And so that was a human skull found on April 12th, 2011. And see, that's where Vergata's legs were found. And then apparently, I think it's right here, look. See, a skull was found. Her skull was found right there on April 11th, 2011. So look how crazy that is. I mean, you don't think that that's related to Rex Heuermann? These are all his other bodies. And, you know, all along here, I think every one of these are his victims. See? Same, off the same road and everything, right there. So that's really, they didn't have a lot on Vergata, but this is her right there. You know. Pretty sad. All right, then the next one is another one named Peaches. So this is one that has been identified. If you go back to here, look, you have 1997. A woman's torso was found wrapped in plastic. See, those feet were wrapped in plastic. In a Bronx park yesterday, police said. The torso was found at 11:20 a.m. in Highbridge Park. In the Highbridge section, police said. No other information was immediately available. Let's see. What was it called? Highbridge. Highbridge. There it is. I think I've got that one pinned in. Yeah, so this is where the torso is found. Well, let's see. That should be 1997, I think. Isn't that what that was? Let me see. Yeah, June 14th, 1997. Pretty sure. Let me see if there's another section here. Oh, maybe that's a different place. No, that's... Well, torso found. I think... I don't know if that's... maybe that's a different torso. See, that's what's crazy. There's all these other body parts out there. So this is where Peach's torso was found. So I guess that was a different one. I just sort of threw it in that folder. But it's crazy because the date on that's only 2 weeks separate from this one. I mean, what are the odds of that? Maybe that's, I don't know. That's weird. Human remains found in park. So that's right. She was found in another park. So don't you think the other torso, is related to? Nassau police said they had no clue yesterday evening as to the identity of the apparently adult victim or whether the remains were those of a man or a woman. The remains were sent to the medical examiner for an autopsy, said Detective Lieutenant Frank Gaitis, commanding officer of the Homicide Squad. So Shell Bosch, 45, said he discovered the remains around 1 p.m. during a walk with his 10-year-old daughter. I mean, Jesus, how shitty is that? Casey, a family friend, and the friend's children. Bosch said he left to get one of the State Department environmental conservation officers at a fishing event. The officer pried the bag open somewhat, only to discover what appeared to be the left side of a lower torso. That was bloated and appeared to have been outside for some time. I hope it is the last time I find something like this, he said. This was definitely a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And then the Nassau County Medical Examiner has determined that the human remains found at Hempstead Lake Park on Saturday are that of an 18 to 30-year-old woman, police said. According to Lieutenant Frank Gaitis, commanding officer, it does say right here, the medical examiner believes the remains are of a black woman of medium build with a tattoo, possibly of a peach, over her left breast and an abdominal scar possibly left from a cesarean section. The woman had been dismembered, and isn't that weird? See how they say that she possibly had a cesarean section? Well, check this out. So, we know later on that she's actually the mother of the toddler that was found right here, dead. So the killer, her name ends up becoming Tatiana Marie Dykes after tons and tons of investigation. And her kid was found right here, right next to where Valerie Mack was found. So does anybody think that she's not related to Rex Heuermann? It's just obvious. But if you can't find the hairs, then it might be hard to make the case. But, I mean, come on. The toddler's found right next to one of Rex Heuermann's confirmed victims. You guys even here anymore? Man. It's so amazing. The drop-off in interest from Kohberger to a case like this is just... It's almost mind-boggling. It's just amazing. We had like 500 people here, and now there's 337. Nobody's talking. It's just... Gray, you're so mean to your subs. I just don't understand it, man. This is really interesting stuff. Anyways, so you got that, and then we move over to here. Grizzly find puzzles cops. Nassau County detectives are hoping that a chest tattoo of a peach will help them identify the headless. So this person, she had no head, and it was just a naked torso of a woman found in a state park. And that's exactly what Heuermann was doing. Police think the tattoo artist, or someone close to the mutilation victim, will recognize the design and step forward to identify the woman whose partial remains were found in Hempstead Lake State Park by a hiker on Saturday. Now, what about that other torso, the feet? Maybe that was her feet. I didn't even think of that. No, that was a different one. In that other park, there was another torso. The woman's head, arms, and legs below her knees had been hacked off. So let's see. The woman's head, arms, and legs below her knees have been hacked off and have not been recovered. We've shown photos of the tattoo to tattoo artists in Nassau County, and they told us whoever made it should be able to recognize their own work. The victim was a black woman with a medium build between 18 and 30. The peach tattoo is above the woman's left breast. The body also had a scar from a cesarean section. So that's a scar from the baby they found, the toddler. All right, now we go all the way to 2007. And there's there it is right there. They actually had full coverage in papers about it. She has a name, but Detective William Brosnan with the Nassau Homicide Squad doesn't know it. Brosnan has spent the past decade trying to identify the slain woman whose torso turned up in a heavily wooded area in Hempstead Lake Park. I truly believe it was, if we identify this person, we could identify her killer. That photograph, a snapshot of a heart-shaped peach on the woman's chest, has already helped police learn little about the victim. And by the way, guys, if you guys could please help support the channel still, see, this is what I'm talking about. As soon as you switch cases, we haven't had a super chat in here for like over an hour now. So if you guys have the ability to, that would be awesome. Makes it feel like even if you're covering something else, we can do okay. Let's see. By releasing the tattoo picture, police said they hope someone will recognize it and help identify the woman. One of the few other things police know is that according to an autopsy, she had given birth at some point. She has to be somebody's daughter and somebody's mother too. A hiker discovered the woman's torso June 28, 1997. The woman's head, arms, and legs were never recovered. Tattoos have helped Nassau police identify bodies in other murder cases. All right. And then we go to 3 months after that. And on here it says, cops hope TV show helps solve slaying. No new leads are coming in the torso found on Mamaroneck Beach in March. Lieutenant James Gaffney said, but he hopes, I guess it's not, the show will raise the question of whether the torso found on Mamaroneck Harbor Island is connected to two torsos found on Long Island in 2003 and 1997. Published reports indicate, and 2003 is one of his victims as well. Published reports indicate that a female torso bearing a heart-shaped peach tattoo on the chest was found in a black plastic bag in Hempstead State Park in Lakeview in 1997. A small tattoo of two cherries, on the woman's right breast is the only identifying mark on the torso that was found in a suitcase on Mamaroneck Harbor Island. I think that's one of the other victims. I think that might be Jessica Taylor, perhaps. I don't know. Guess we'll figure that out when we get there. Dead as a doornail. Which one? Who were we on? Oh, we were on Peaches. Yeah, and then there's this other DNA find reignites serial killer case. This is back in 2016, though. Shows that a torso found stuffed inside a rubber bin in a state park in 1997 belongs to the same female victim whose skeletal remains were discovered along with remains of her young child many miles near. So that's when they just figured out that the child found during the Gilgo Beach investigation was hers. That's crazy. And then on April of this year, actually, police, FBI identified. So it says human remains long associated with the Gilgo Beach homicide investigation have been identified as a 26-year-old Army veteran from Alabama and her 2-year-old daughter, Nassau, police said Wednesday. Tanya Denise Jackson, a Persian Gulf War veteran from Mobile, Alabama, is the woman previously known as Gilgo Beach homicide victim Jane Doe No. 3, or Peaches, whose mutilated torso was discovered in a wooded area at Hempstead Lake State Park in Lakeview on June 28, 1997, officials said at a news conference in Mineola. So who's going to send in a super chat so we can feel like we're doing something? This is crazy. You know, I always, this is what my fear is, and that's why it's hard to cover anything else. Because if I had started covering this from the whole night, this is what it would look like. It's crazy. So, you know, if you guys want to help support the channel, that'd be great. You know, I know we're talking about something else right now. I don't know. We're not even talking about that case, sports betting. Ah, Jesus. My God, you guys. Let's see. Wednesday, officials suggested for the first time the case may not be connected to the Gilgo Beach killings. We are not discounting that. Her killing may have been, I don't know, man. The toddler's right where Heuermann throws the bodies. Fitzpatrick described Jackson as a single mother. There we go. Something came in there. Thank you, Lisa Valenzuela. Fitzpatrick described Jackson as a single mother who drove a black 1991 Geostorm and is believed to have worked as a medical assistant. So she doesn't have a sex worker background, I don't think. The FBI made a rough identification of the mother and daughter in 2022, Fitzpatrick said. In 2023, they began to obtain additional DNA information and notified the family last year. The delay in announcing the name served both an investigative purpose and allowed for survivors to grieve, he said. A peace came to them, Fitzpatrick said, of the family. Man, a peace? I mean, I don't think I could get a peace if I knew they'd been... No, it has it. The thumbnail has both on there, Mariah. It says both. It says everything on there, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. You seem confused. Anyways, let me go over here. Yeah, it says breaking interview and then LISK. Yeah, it's right there. Really clear. Couldn't be any clearer. Gray, you're so mean. Ooh.
So mean, boo hoo hoo.
This is sort of interesting, you know? Like a pretty detailed article on her. Fitzpatrick described Jackson as a single mother who drove a black 1991 Geostorm. Right here. Fitzpatrick said because mother and child lived alone and she had a transient background in the Army, time passed without her being reported missing. Nassau Police Commissioner Patrick Ryder said the department is offering a $25,000 reward to anyone with information leading to an arrest. Knowing the identities of the mom and the little baby is just a first step, Nassau District Attorney Ann Donnelly said at the news conference. Donnelly said investigators want to learn more about who the victims were and where they were coming from. I don't know. I mean, like, who's the father of the... I guess that was mentioned in here, right? Let me type in father. Yeah, right there. Fitzpatrick said the father of the child identified in the birth records is Andrew Dyke, 66, of Ruskin, Florida, has been questioned. I'm never watching again. Thank you, guys. Hey, at least it feels like we're doing something in this last hour now. Yeah, no, it's weird. So it says Florida. So he was old. I mean, well, I guess he's 66 at this time. So Dykes moved from Brooklyn in May of 2000, according to property records. I mean, you might look at somebody like that, you know, like the person who would have had to pay the child support. But I mean, what are the odds that he threw a baby out exactly where Valerie Mack is? I mean, that just seems ludicrous. Oh, and then they talk about Peaches right here. Oh, that's her. That's, I guess, another article. Right, so, you know, I mean, they had a whole press conference and everything on that.
If we're not working together as a team.
The baby's name was Tatiana. You'll get more detailed information on their identities from Captain Fitzpatrick. The reality is, our work has just begun.
Yeah.
Stand here, raiders. That work included prosecuting a known serial killer. Thank you.
Right, Rex Heuermann. Let me see if they got, I think they have a picture of him.
Baby Doe was the second victim discovered just over 14 years ago, on April 11th, 2011. She was found near Ocean Parkway in Babylon, New York, and has been included with the Gilgo Beach murders.
Yeah, so the baby's been included with the Gilgo Beach murders. Well, not at the moment, Cairo, because you were gone for like a year. But I was actually trying to get a hold of you today. I tried calling you on the phone to see if you were still interested. But I could make you one. I was just kind of cleaning house, going, man, some of these people haven't been around for so long. So there you go. Now you are. I didn't get anything back from you. I haven't heard from you for like a million years. I don't even know what you're doing or anything. But there you go. No, there you got one. Oh, okay. I guess you just sent me one like 3 minutes ago. Okay. You sent it to me 3 minutes ago. Okay, yeah. I mean, you know, you're always a mod over here, but you haven't been here for like a year, so I kind of went through them and said, well, because I've been a lot of times where I've tried calling and you don't answer, so, you know, I just figured you were just gone or something. But there's Cairo, everybody. He's the sound effect of the Chewbacca sound.
Stupid as being.
So we gotta find that. Let me go find it really quick. Oh, there it is. See, it's right here. So this is Cairo when I don't know if you're still doing that same kind of work, but when he used to repair, go around and check out cell towers, he was staying at a hotel, and then he's already got checked into his room, and then he's exiting the building to go smoke a cigarette, and there was some woman of the night sitting on a curb outside the door, and when he opens it up, this is what it sounded like.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Yeah. So right when he opens the door, that lady goes... And then he never even watched Star Wars, he told me. But he said, Chewbacca? And she says, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to be. I mean, my God. You know, for all the guys out there, put a 1 if you'd like to date somebody that looked like Chewbacca. Wow. Okay.
This victim was a toddler. She was believed to be 2 years old at the time. She's been referred again as Baby Doe.
Yeah, but it's hilarious. I mean, I hear it every day. You know, when somebody sends in $10, it shows up every time.
DNA samples to confirm the identities through.
And I can even tell that you've got a cigarette in your mouth and you're about to light it. That's how clear that audio is.
Our Nassau County Crime Lab. As a result of this technology, the interviews, the further DNA testing and analysis, we can now provide the names to both victims.
Right. So let's see if they
March
got.
17th,
There's the baby right
1995
there.
in Texas.
Tatiana.
She was a 2-year-old female, and again, the body was discovered along Ocean Parkway in Babylon.
Yeah. So how can that not be related?
Beach area. Again, in 2015, she was linked to her mother through DNA analysis. This is both of them.
See, that's the mom, and she's really small, they said. And that's a Heuermann type. Now, did she resort to sex working that we're just not aware of? You know, like after the fact, you know, like she might have had these jobs but to get money. Maybe she did something like that. I mean, I don't know how else. Maybe you just picked her up. I mean, it could just be something totally coincidental, but man, do you guys buy that? Like her body's 50 feet from Valerie Mack. Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
As the DA said, now we're asking for your help to get the word out to the public in our continued efforts to seek justice for Tanya and Tatiana. Please take a look at these photos. This is how they are in 1997. The next photos I'll show you is the jewelry that they will both
All right, Cairo, we're going to talk tomorrow, right? All right.
At the time of the
yeah, he's a pile of shit, this
also,
guy.
the vehicle I mentioned that is similar to the one that Tanya owned. This is Tanya's jewelry. These are bracelets that she was wearing at the time.
Yeah, see, that was a part that was weird, too. Remember how the toddler and the mom had similar jewelry and nobody identified them? Nobody said, oh, yeah, that's my niece, or, you know, whatever. It just seems bizarre. So anyways, that's that. And then we got these other two that are shorter. These two are, you know, that one, I mean, I think these are all connected, even though they're not saying that some of these are. I think Vergata is definitely connected. I think Peaches is. Now we're going on to, so the next one, I guess, would be Valerie Mack. And she is one of Rex Heuermann's victims. But check these out. Look how crazy these are. So the way it worked was, like I said before, Rex Heuermann killed Castillo, I think. Castilla, yeah. And she was identified really quickly. So then he started dismembering and destroying different elements, you know. Taking their head and their hands and putting them in different places. So here it is, a trio of hunters searching for game in Manorville. Okay, so this is getting close to where Castillo was, right? So you got Castillo's way over here, right? But Manorville's right over there. So you're kind of, you know, in terms of geographical location, it's pretty close. So if we go over here, we say a trio of hunters searching for game in a Manorville thicket yesterday instead discovered several bags that Suffolk County Police believe contain the body parts of a woman who had been the victim of a homicide. Yeah, I would generally say if your body's, you know, put in a bag and it's a homicide, you know. The hunter's dogs found the unidentified woman's partially decomposed body at about 10:30 a.m. as they searched for pheasants in the wooded area, said Homicide Squad Commander John Gerich. That's the same guy that we've heard in other articles. The body, which was located about 200 feet off of Halsey Manor Road and near a utility right-of-way, had been severed and placed into several large colored garbage bags. I mean, let's see. So the whole body was cut up into parts. The body had no clothing. So if we go to that area, I think I found we're on Valerie Mack, right? So it was Halsey. That's Manorville. Let's see. Let me type her name in. Okay, there it is, right there. All right, so this is the power line. So I don't know if that's right. I think I readjusted this one time. So let's look at that again. It says, which was located 200 feet off of Halsey Manor Road and near a utility right-of-way. So this isn't right. Seems like I didn't save it at one point. So this is Halsey Manor Road right here. That's the utility line. So I think we have to go about like right there. And then say, 200 feet off of that. So let me measure this. 200 feet. And I'm just guessing it's on this side, I guess. That's 447. So like 200 feet's right in there. So just keeping that in my eye right there. Move it over. And then, there's the power line. So I think it's about right here. Or it could be on this side too, right? So it could be right over here, 200 feet. I'm just putting it on this side. And I think I put it there for a reason. If I remember correctly, if we go down the street view here, there's a little road that cuts into there. I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like I remember something like that. Like if you come down here, yeah, maybe this like a trail. See that? That little trail there? I mean, you could easily see. Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's perfect. I mean, there's a trail, and then you just kind of go down there, and her body's placed right there. Something kind of easy to do. So that's where Valerie Mack there. He added that both hands and the head, let's see, right now we have some human remains that appear to be that of a white female. And they're treating it as a homicide. He added that both hands and the head of the victim were missing, a fact that may hamper efforts to identify the victim. See how, like, Heuermann learned. You see that? I mean, it's amazing. It's just really clear that, the first homicide, he didn't do these things, and they identified Castillo really quickly. He added that both hands and the head of the victim were missing, a fact that may hamper the efforts to identify the victim and ultimately locate her assailant. He's probably reading this going, haha, yeah, exactly. It's presumed that cutting off the hands and head is done in an effort to thwart identification of the victim. Boom. I mean, it's almost like they're profiling him, Heuermann, as they're going through this. Details were sketchy yesterday, but let's see. Garrett said the body was likely that of a small woman whose age could not be immediately determined, and that no personal effects were culled from the bags or the scene. Homicide detectives left the scene shortly after 5 p.m. yesterday after combing the woods for evidence for several hours. Still, it was unclear yesterday how and whether the victim had been killed, how long the body had been in the woods, etc. Right? Then we move on to the next page, the next day. The autopsy conducted yesterday on a decapitated woman's body found Sunday in Manorville by a trio of hunters left investigators no closer to learning how she died, but yielded some clues that might help identify her. Although no cause of death was determined, detectives are treating the case as a homicide. The hunter's dogs found the woman's partially decomposed body without her head or hands inside several layers of garbage bags in a remote wooded area off Halsey Manor Road about 10:30 a.m. Sunday. She was unclothed. Other than the missing head and hands, the body was in one piece, police said. Doctors, yeah, so wow, that's crazy, right? So she was only missing her head and hands. So, other than that, all of her legs were connected and everything. Doctors estimate the woman was killed between late August and early November. The woman is believed to have been white, in her late 20s or early 30s, between 5'3" and 5'5", weighed 100 pounds or 120, and had medium brown hair. He said detectives are checking missing persons reports. Then, 8 days later, they're still seeking the identity. The discovery of human remains in plastic bags in a wooded area in Manorville last week has yielded few clues. Cops said the remains are believed to be that of a white woman, 35 to 40 years of age, 5'1" to 5'5". Now, kind of changed that up a little bit. 3 hunters discovered the remains November 19th in a wooded area west of Halsey Manor Road and near a utility right-of-way. The site is also near a nature trail, cops said. I think that's that trail that I just showed you guys. And the popular destination for hunters and naturalists. Let me hit save here so I don't lose that again. There we go. All right. So, what does this have in it? Oh, just Ellery Mac. All right, so we got that. Now let's go to that document that we had open earlier. I think there's stuff in there. $1995, or not 1995, today, 9/5. Just want to see, is she in here? Right. So newly discovered digital evidence. An analysis of these devices revealed Heuermann's significant collection of violent bondage and torture pornography, currently dating back to 1994. The pornographic images accessed by Heuermann include, but are not limited to, breast mutilation, vaginal torture, sex substitution, the sexualization of decapitated women, like, what's his face? Now I keep saying Rex Heuermann, but Ed Kemper. And whipping, which notably and largely coincide with how the remains of Sandra Castilla, Jessica Taylor, and Valerie Mack were discovered. Yeah, so let's see. Discovery, Mallory Mack, Jessica Taylor, and 2 separate dump sites. So the thing is he described, look at it, based on the Gilgo Homicide Task Force training. So he had this is crazy, this thing right here. They found this one. He had wiped his computer, but they were able to piece back together a document that is like hunter killer, and the date 2002 to 2004. And look at the stuff he put in there. Problems you might have. This is sort of like a Koberger type thing, right? Like DNA, tire marks. You don't want to leave any blood stains. You don't want to leave fingerprints. You don't want to leave, I don't know what the plastic bag part is. Cat litter, witnesses, trace source of supplies. You don't want them to be able to trace your supply source. Don't leave any footprints. Don't have any photos taken. Don't be stopped by police. I mean, that's weird because that's the same stuff a lot of this is the stuff that Koberger was looking into. Truck stuck. Fingerprints. Don't get your truck stuck. Don't leave your fingerprints in gloves. Plastic bags, match, hair and fiber. Then it says supplies up here. Look at the stuff he was looking at. Booties, lye, and acids. So these are all for like decomposition and getting rid of the bodies. Police scanner. I mean, Koberger did these things. He was using scanner audio. He probably wore, the booty, rope and cord, saw cutting tools. Get these things for dismembering, hair nets, photo film. This is on Rex Heuermann's computer. Burn can, foam drain cleaner, body wash wipes. So after he flushes body parts and blood down the drain, he needs to have, the drain cleaner. Tarps, drop cloths, medical gloves, bags, tape, large electrical clips, ratchet cargo strap. Then up here, look at this dump site, DS's dump site. Look at this right here. 1 Mill Road. And guess what? That's exactly what this is over here. See, Mill Road is right there. That's Mill Road, and that's where he put Valerie Mack and Jessica Taylor. I mean, this guy is, he makes Koberger look innocent. I'm just saying, this guy is screwed. Right? And that's his dump site. He even says, hey, that's my dump site, and let's go ahead and... Mill Road's a good place. Well, he put 2 bodies there. And then right here, Target, Megan. Maybe that's Megan Waterman. Small is good. Isn't that really? And then what's this unknown black right here? What does that mean? T unknown black. And that's weird because, I mean, is he talking about the race of the person in that one? Because that's exactly, it's just crazy because that's what Peaches is, right? I mean, she's a black lady. I don't know what that means, though. Like, tri, maybe? Is that what the T is? Tri unknown black or something? I mean, what do you guys think that means? Weird, right? Yeah, and so they were discovered at 2 different dump sites next to Mill Road. See, right there, the vicinity of Mill Road. I mean, they're right next to it. So what do they say this means here? So TRG appears to reference target or victim. See embedded below. It is important to note that the known victim thus far are all petite women, which is consistent with the small is good, exactly, entry in the document, lending further support to the aforementioned conclusion that TRG refers to the victims or target, right? Yeah, because it says victim, I mean, small is good, so you want a small target. I'm not sure, is that Megan Waterman there? Or maybe, what do you think the T stands for there? Maybe it says, with regards to DS, dump site, section of the document, it is important to note that the human remains of Jessica Taylor, discovered in 2003, as well as the remains of Valerie Mack, discovered in 2000, were dumped in 2 locations, one of those locations being the vicinity of Mill Road, which is listed as dump site 1, Mill Road. In the above Word document, on March 29, 2011, Miss Taylor's torso skull and hands recovered near Ocean Parkway, i.e. dump site, on April 14, 2011. Miss Mack's skull, hands, and right foot were also recovered. See, the lady we were just talking about, Valerie Mack, her, they just described that. Her head and, right here it says, where did it say that? Hold on. Miss Taylor, yeah, Miss Mack's skull, hands, and right foot. I thought she was completely intact other than her head and hands, but I guess her foot was missing too. So isn't that wild? I mean, Valerie Mack's hands and skull and right foot were all found on over here. So there's where her torso was, right? And then way over here, Valerie Mack is right next to the toddler, which is right here. Look. See that? Valerie Mack's head. It's not just head, though. It was head, hands, and foot. Right there. And that's exactly where she was found. They gave out geo coordinates. And then look how close it is to that little toddler, Peaches. So obviously, and they've connected her to Heuermann. All right, and Valerie Mack. Let me show you a picture of Valerie Mack. Yes, she's like, these are pictures of her. This is probably like later on. She looked different here. But yeah, so she was a sex worker. Okay, we got another one. We just have one more of these. These are the ones that are sort of they're not the main, the Gilgo 4. Jessica Taylor. And this is her. That's Jessica Taylor. I mean, they all just seem like they're, got kind of a crappy lot in life, but like they were probably pretty cool people. All right, here we go. Let's zoom in here. Decapitated body found in Manorville. So this is the other one found near Valerie Mack, but was found 3 years later. So Heuermann was still like killing. He didn't take 4 years off. This guy was killing, I think, this whole time, just in different places, and then we'd come back and revisit. Let's throw in there again. It's just while walking your dog yesterday through a wooded stretch of Halsey Manor Road in Manorville, a woman discovered the decapitated body of an unidentified woman. The unclothed body was found lying on a pile of branches near the Long Island Expressway, Suffolk police said. Her hands had been cut off, same damn thing, and her body decomposed to the point where even pinpointing her race is difficult. Suffolk police suspect she's Caucasian and are checking missing persons databases. The purpose of removing the victim's hands was most likely to prevent us from identifying the victim. And most sex workers have been arrested at some point and have their fingerprints taken. Police believe the woman was most likely dumped there after she was killed. They don't know how long the body was there. So what Heuermann did was he took all these girls, were taken back to his house and tortured, and that's where he dismembered them, and then he would dump their bodies out in these different places. Of course, his wife doesn't believe it. I think she does now, though. I don't know. The daughter seems to have come around a little bit. So, I don't know. The one with the cherries, I don't know what that one is. I think that case that's right. So that's not this one. I don't know which one that is. Suffolk police are asking the public's help in identifying the woman whose decapitated and partially decomposed body, so now she was missing her head too, and hands. She was found in Manorville Saturday morning, and homicide detectives have released some additional details. The woman is believed to have been white, but could have been Hispanic, and was probably in her 20s. She was between 5'5" and 5 feet and 5'5", and weighed between 110 and 125. Twin name added that she also had a tattoo on the right side of her back depicting a wing, possibly of that of an angel or eagle. She may have also been tattoos on other parts of her body, he said. He said police believe she had been dead about 2 or 3 days. Police said the woman had a decorative decal on at least one of her toes, speckled with purple and silver. That's her toenail right there. The body was found about 10:45 a.m. by a woman walking her dog in a wooded area off Halsey Manor Road. Police said the body was unclothed and lying on a pile of branches. The head and hands, so he didn't mind if she was found. I think he was like, wanted to read about it in the paper. Removed, let's see, and it says the head and hands had been removed, which police are assuming was to thwart identification. Exactly the same as Valerie Mack, who, we go back up to those two right over here. And so this is the expressway they were talking about, and this is Halsey Manor Road, and she's just found right over there. So look how close she is to Valerie Mack. Let's see, in terms of, it's like a half mile away, right there. That's not what I was looking at. The body of the woman Suffolk police are trying to identify has a tattoo top on her torso and a decal left on her toenail. All right, we'll go to this one. Yeah, mushroom hunters have the worst. They find bodies all the time. I mean, per capita, mushroom hunters have to find the most, I would think. Suffolk homicide detectives. I don't know if you're still listening, Cairo, but you were gifted a free membership yesterday. It was funny. Suffolk homicide detectives said yesterday they are exploring the possibility that the deaths of 2 young women, both found headless and handless, only a mile apart, so I guess they have a little different location, in the same patch of Manorville Woods are linked. On Saturday, an unidentified body was found about 10:45 a.m. by a woman who was walking a dog off Halsey Manor Road. The body, which had several tattoos, was naked and rested on a pile of branches. In November of 2000, hunters stumbled upon a similarly grisly find on the same road, a woman's body with its head and hands sliced off. She still had not been identified, and the case remains unsolved. Now we know that's Valerie Mack. Police believe both bodies were taken to the locations. In the older case, the body had been cut into parts and placed in several bags. The body found Saturday was intact except for the head and hands, police said. Police believe the body found Saturday was that of a woman who was white or Hispanic, between 5 feet to 5'5", 110, 125 pounds. And we already know that part. And so that turns out to be Jessica Taylor. So let me go up to that let me type in Jessica Taylor in here. All right, so that one he's charged with. I don't know if I saw Valerie Mack in here. So let's see. Right, so let's just do this one. So this is their write-up on her. They didn't have one for Valerie Mack. On about July 26, 2003, an individual whose identity is unknown to law enforcement was walking his dog just west of Halsey Manor Road, Manorville. At the time, witness 1 observed what appeared to be human remains, which prompted him or her to call 911. Upon arrival, look how many people are watching that aren't channel members, you guys. What a great time. Yeah, I don't know. But you guys arguing in the chat again? Come on, you guys. Not sure what's going on. I mean, you know, people, don't worry. I mean, if people want to talk about Koberger and it's just sort of like a few people, that's fine. I'm just trying, I want people to try to get interested in something else. You know, I mean, I like covering all kinds of cases out there. All right, I don't know what's going on. Are you still there, Joan Four-Wheeler Bazik? It looks like a bunch of comments got removed. Were you timed out or something? Let me check. I don't even know. No, you're not hidden or anything. Are you still there? Yeah. So right here. On or about July 26, 2003, an individual whose identity is known to law enforcement, who's a witness, was walking their dog. At that time, witness observed what appeared to be human remains, which prompted him to call 911. Upon arrival, members of the Suffolk County Police Department observed the remains of a female, later identified as Jessica Taylor. Miss Taylor was found lying on her back with her legs bent underneath her. Yeah, so like back, like, you know that limbo game, sort of like that, you know. Notably, the victim was decapitated and both of Miss Taylor's arms had been severed so that she was posed from her body below her elbows. So her arms were severed from below her elbows. Moreover, a tattoo on the victim's torso had been severely obliterated. See? Heuermann was now removing tattoos, hiding them because of how they're used to identify people. Investigators believe the mutilation of the victim's tattoo, decapitation of her head, and dismemberment of Miss Taylor's arms were acts perpetrated by Rex Heuermann to inter alia inhibit the what the hell does that mean? I hate when they use these Latin terms that you know, there's no reason to use it. Among other things. That's all it means. Among other things. Just type it in. Heuermann, to, among other things, inhibit the identification of the victims via facial recognition, fingerprints, and or tattoo identification. During the initial investigation in Manorville in 2003, the victim's head, arms, and hands were not found at the scene, and their location remained unknown to law enforcement for approximately 8 years. Then on March 29, 2011, Miss Taylor's skull, hands, and so what happened with Joan Wheeler Bazik? I like Joan Wheeler Bazik. You know, I mean, you got people that support the channel. I don't want them to feel like they can't talk about stuff. What happened? Yeah. I watched the special. Did you guys watch it? Yeah. I mean, there's a whole bunch more. We got 4 more to do, and then we got to go through the whole. I mean, there's these documents out there that go through all the. Specifically, one case. I think it might be Barnes. I can't remember. But one of them is just absolutely, locked in Heuermann. That's basically why he got arrested or figured out. Because they knew what kind of car he was driving around. Yeah. So does anybody know what happened to... I'm trying to get the answers here. To Joan Bazik up there. Like, there's a bunch of comments that are removed. I don't know if she was accidentally timed out or... Any answers? Hey, Mariah, we're talking about something else. My God. No, it's not. Hey, equation. When anybody ever types in it's clearly something, they're lying. You're absolutely false. Okay. So, anyways, there's nothing clearly anything. She was half asleep. All right, I'm still waiting for a answer, you guys. Where is Bazik up there? Comments and mods jumped on us for it. I mean, it's okay to talk about something. I just don't want it to be where, like, you guys don't seem like you're interested in this case whatsoever, you know? Like, it'd be great if you, every once in a while... yeah, I said you could. You're right, I did. That's all you do, though. You haven't commented on this case once tonight, so wouldn't that be nice? Like, you're just waiting for the next Koberger comment. It's ridiculous. Dude. Well, he didn't know about, like, they were going to be identified using DNA before. Okay? I didn't, you know, they didn't know that. Like, that's why he cared, because he didn't know that, you know, DNA wasn't really a thing like it is now in 2000, you know, in terms of identifying a body. You know, nobody was doing FGG or anything. IgG became something in 2017 and 18. You know, more like 18, really. I don't have time to argue with you guys. Man, you guys, it's just... You guys always ruin my flows. You know, it sucks. You know, I'll be really into something, and then all of a sudden I'm looking at people arguing in the chat, and it's just like... It's just such an absolute buzzkill, you know? Stupid. Can't stand it, actually. It's a complete waste of time. I mean, this is really interesting, but you guys have just taken away the joy, or, you know, whatever, the interest in talking about it. Trying to figure out something. Okay, well. And I'm getting tired of you contradicting everything I say, Mariah, so we're going to have to put you on timeout. Get rid of every single comment you made all night. They probably weren't that interesting. All right, anyways, right here. On March 29, 2011, Miss Taylor's skull, hands, and forearm were discovered along Ocean Parkway, just east of Gilgo Beach, Suffolk County, New York. Notably, Miss Taylor's remains were located on the same side of the road from where Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. So there's a Costello, and then there's a Castillo as well. You know? See, that's what makes you an idiot, equation. I just said you guys can talk about it in there. But just try to, you know, every once in a while, I mean, when we're talking about something else, it's just, I don't know, man. It's weird. You know, but I sure don't need your advice, clown, or anything like that at all. Go do something else. All right? Never seen you before in my life. You're not interesting. You're talking about stuff that isn't real. And it's just... You know, so. Anyways, March 29, 2011, Miss Taylor's skull, hands, and forearm were discovered along Ocean Parkway next to Megan Waterman, Amber Costello, Melissa Bartholomew, Maureen Brainerd Barnes. Waterman's one, I think there's surveillance footage of her in a hotel. She had been found just several months prior in December of 2010. Each of the Gilgo 4 victims, as well as the skull, hands, and forearm of Miss Taylor, were discovered on the same side of the road and at a depth of within 50 feet from the edge of the parkway. Furthermore, Miss Taylor's remains were located less than a mile from where the Gilgo 4 were discovered. Yeah, so they even have, right there, see these? The precise... geo coordinates right there. It's crazy. Yeah, he has a brother. We've gone over the property before that they're associated with. Now let's type one of these in here. And when I say you guys, I'm talking about the people disrupting, not everybody watching in here. I don't know. This is what it feels like. I don't know. Let's see, 40.629722, comma, and then negative 73.359.556. Oops, that's not a negative, it's an equal sign. There we go. Let's see where that goes. Should be right on a pin that I already have. Well, it's a little bit, you know, that's more precise, like 50 feet in. That's Jessica Taylor. So I can probably go like right, see if I can put it right on top of that. Right there. All right. So there's one. And that was Jessica Taylor. Now let's see where, so 40.624433, comma, negative 73.3766. Point 624433. All right, moving to another one. Yep, so this one, I think I got that one nailed. There you go. That one's good. The next one is 40.624183, comma, negative 73.377483. Which one is it? Oh, right there. 77483. Yeah, so I think I've already got that one too. That's Melissa Bartholomew. The next one is Megan Waterman. Yeah, and it actually talks about, I mean, they literally says like 22 feet from the pavement, something like that. $40.624767 minus 73.375417. This is Megan Waterman. And so that looks like that one right on it. And we got one more to do here. It's Amber Costello, 40.62325, comma, negative 73.380183. And that one's dialed in too. Okay, so the only one that I had off was Jessica Taylor. So that one's good now. Jessica Taylor was last seen on July 19th, 2003. So, when was she found? Oh, we got the articles. Let's see. That was... Wow, man. So she was only there for like 4 days, you know? I mean, or no, more like a week. And it was summertime, so that wouldn't be good for decomposition, I guess. But like July 27th is the first article. So she must have been found on the 26th. And then she went missing on July 19th. So just like a week before, really. Jessica Taylor was last seen on or about July 19, 2003 in New York City. The investigation to date has established that in July of 2003, Miss Taylor was working as a sex worker in the area of Midtown Manhattan. On July 21, 2003, at approximately 8:41 p.m., Miss Taylor utilized her cellular telephone to speak to her mother. Based on witness interviews and analysis of telephone records, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force has learned that the two spoke for approximately 7 minutes. During that call, Miss Taylor had arranged to visit her mother on July 25th, 2003 in Poughkeepsie, New York for her mother's birthday. Less than 2 hours later, at 10:22 p.m., the Taylor phone placed an outgoing call which lasted approximately 2 minutes. Thereafter, the Taylor phone records revealed no other outgoing calls or accepted incoming calls. Again, it says, on or about July 25, 2003, when her daughter failed to arrive at her Poughkeepsie residence or answer any phone calls, Miss Taylor's mother notified law enforcement. At the time of Miss Taylor's disappearance, Rex Heuermann worked in the same vicinity as where Miss Taylor was known to streetwalk, work as a sex worker. Records seized during the execution of prior search warrants reveal Heuermann was in fact present in Midtown Manhattan on July 21, 2003, the same date Miss Taylor disappeared. On July 26, 2003, and in the days thereafter, members of the Suffolk County Police Department canvassed the area around Halsey Manor Road, Manorville, in the vicinity of where Miss Taylor's remains had been found. As a result, investigators spoke to a witness who had on July 25, 2003, at approximately 10:30 p.m., observed a dark-colored Chevrolet pickup truck. Wow, that's crazy. Backed in to the same wooded area where Miss Taylor's body was later found. Based upon their investigation, law enforcement determined that these observations would have occurred approximately 13 hours before Witness 1's 911 calls came in. Notably, the investigation to date has established that defendant Heuermann purchased a 2002 dark-colored Chevrolet Avalanche pickup truck on or about March 22, 2002 from Ramp Chevrolet in Port Jefferson Station, New York. Accordingly, on July 25, 2003 at 10:30 p.m., defendant Heuermann would have been in possession of a vehicle matching the description of the one observed in the vicinity of where Miss Taylor's remains had been found. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, that's just nuts right there. That somebody literally saw him dumping the body. They reported it even. A forensic analysis, they didn't put that in the paper, obviously, of Rex Heuermann's digital devices also revealed the following: that on or about July 28th, Rex Heuermann accessed a New Day article entitled "Cops Seek Help in Identifying Manorville." We just read that article regarding the discovery of Miss Taylor's human remains. That online activity was subsequently deleted, and on or about July 29th, Rex Heuermann conducted an internet search for a new Chevrolet Avalanche, despite his 2002 Avalanche being just 1 year old. Yeah, see? He probably saw that car saw him. The analysis further showed Heuermann had attempted to delete this search for a new vehicle. Notably, this activity occurred just days after Miss Taylor was discovered and just days after witness observed a vehicle matching the physical description of Heuermann leaving the scene. And so I think that's his vehicle at the time. And finally, while the make and model of the vehicle Heuermann searched for is the same as his 2002 vehicle, Chevrolet Avalanche pickup truck. The exterior color is different, i.e. Arrival blue, as well as another in Summit white, which are significantly brighter interior paint offering by Chevrolet when compared to Heuermann's dark green 2002 Chevy Avalanche. And then look at this. During the course of the investigation, Miss Taylor's body was examined by a forensic scientist with the Suffolk County Crime Laboratory, which revealed that Miss Taylor had been decapitated, dismembered, probably at her arms, below her elbows, and revealed irregular disruptions of the victim's nipples and the obliteration of tattoo. During the examination of Miss Taylor's body, a male human hair was recovered, specifically from a surgical drape that had been underneath the victim, hereinafter male hair underneath Taylor. A subsequent examination of the male hair underneath Taylor led to the determination that it was a human head hair with Caucasian European characteristics. However, it was based on the DNA testing capabilities of the Suffolk County Crime Lab, unsuitable for further DNA testing at that time. But then, on or about August 24th, 2023, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force brought a cutting of the male hair underneath Taylor to an outside forensic laboratory previously referred to in Exhibit A as Forensic Laboratory Number 2, which specializes in forensic mitochondrial analysis. On or about February 1st, 2024, Forensic Laboratory Number 2 issued a report concluding that the mitochondrial DNA profile developed from the male hair underneath Taylor and the profile developed from the defendant's buccal swab are the same, specifically at a rate that would, as per the EMPOP database, exclude 99.96. So I'm assuming they're going to go for the full enchilada here in a minute. Let's see. On or about March 24th, Task Force brought a cutting hair extract Rex Heuermann's buccal swab to an outside independent laboratory, and that's Laboratory 1. They're the ones that do the full-on, DNA sample, which applies DNA techniques and direct genome sequencing. On or about April 29, 2024, Forensic Laboratory issued a report indicating it had developed a nuclear DNA profile for not only the male hair underneath Taylor, but also from Rex Heuermann's buccal swab. Forensic Laboratory 1 was then able to conduct a 1-to-1 autosomal nuclear DNA comparison. That's exactly what they did with Kohberger's DNA underneath the knife sheath, the button snap, and his DNA on Kohberger. Let's see. I was then able to conduct a 1-to-1 autosomal nuclear DNA comparison between said profile developed from the male hair underneath Taylor to Rex Heuermann's SMP genotype file developed from the buccal swab, which resulted in the conclusion that the DNA profile generated from the male hair underneath Taylor is 1.837 times 10 to the 603rd power times more likely to have come from a person genetically identical to Rex Heuermann than from an unrelated individual. That's just... Based on the foregoing, it is significant that 2 forensic laboratories have now independently determined... Yeah, so they kind of word that the same. As part of the ongoing investigation, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force has also established that Heuermann's wife and children were out of state at the time of Miss Taylor's disappearance and murder, and consistent theme attributed to defendant for each of the charged homicides thus far, which would have allowed defendant unfettered time and opportunity to execute these crimes. Specifically, in 2002 to 2003, defendant Heuermann's daughter, Victoria, was a kindergarten student at McKenna Elementary School located in Massapequa Park, New York. At the time, Victoria was classmates with an individual whose identity is also known to law enforcement. Herein, witness number 2. Based on the post-arrest interviews with witness, including witness 2's family and Victoria Heuermann, the Gilgo Homicide Task Force has learned that at the conclusion of the kindergarten school year, Miss Ellerup and her 2 children vacation with witness 2's family from on or about July 20th. Wow, 2020. I mean, he went to work right away. 2003, because he remember on the 21st is when she went missing. Through on or about July 27th. So he probably, her body was dumped on the 25th. So what the hell was he doing with her from the 21st until the 25th? Was she alive for a lot of that time? That's crazy. These witnesses' accounts have been corroborated via telephone records and electronic data seized. For example, agents of the Gilgo Homicide Task Force seized AT&T records, which details calls made to and from Heuermann's residence in July. These records show that during the aforementioned family vacation, the landline telephone associated with Heuermann residence, which was located at 105 First Avenue, Massapequa Park, New York, made several phone calls to a telephone number bearing 802 area code. Further investigation has tied this phone number to Smuggler's Notch Resort. Thus, investigators believe defendant Heuermann made these calls from target resident in Massapequa Park to his family staying in Jeffersonville, Vermont. He probably wanted to, like they said in the documentary, make sure that they weren't leaving, like coming home early, as it were. Anyways, that's probably good enough for tonight. Sorry for those that wanted to keep talking about Kohberger, but I've been promising to do, the LISK case for a while, and we just went over 5 of the different cases. I hope you guys found that interesting. I know it died down dramatically in the chat, and people just wanted to keep talking about Kohberger, so, I've been promising, though, so I had to do it. So anyways, we had Caligal 3 became a new member, or not Caligal 3, just Caligal, and then Candalee Woodward Stone, 48 months. It was her birthday. Happy birthday. Then Carrie Summers, and we had Timothy Cecil, Tammy H. gifted a membership. Carrie Summers gifted a membership. I'm a gal, yo. Gifted one, and then she also did a cat eye. Very kind. Then Sarah Jean Mariner Sheriff, and then Aries Moon Queen, new member. Then Kimberly Hunt. Then we had Aries Moon Queen gifted a membership. Then R Retry All. Then Kay Miller did a double cat eye. And then Cinnamon Sin Freak. I always liked that name. But Kay Miller's was like, huge boost in there. And then we had Joan Four Wheel Bazik, who something happened. I don't know if you're still out there or not, but I don't want you to feel not welcome here. And then Michelle H. Wild Bill Wassman. Did she get timed out or something? That's all I'm asking. I don't know, because it looked like a whole bunch of her comments were gone. Julian Kane, and then Pamela Dasgupta. I like that name too. And then Julian Kane again. Then Kay Miller gifted 20 memberships, which is equivalent to a double cat eye. Then Michelle H., Dixie Hippie, Julian Kane, new member, Richard Watts. Then I gifted 5. Then 8675309 broke a massive lol. Then we had Esther M. Then this account, 50 months. Very cool. Then Amethyst Eyes again. Wild Bill Wassman. Harper's One Nighter, new member. And then we had Timothy Cecil, Jessica Schubach gifted one. Both of them did. Then Amethyst Eyes. Then 8675309 again. Then Esther gifted one. Patricia Grizo. Amethyst Eyes. Then we had Sunshine County Chickens. Gifted one there. Ashley Yeager. Wild Bill Wassman. This is where it just starts getting like sparse. Then we had Carrie. Then Lisa Valenzuela at Carrie was at 9:09, and Lisa Valenzuela at 9:40, and Wool Lab, Chris Doney, Dixie Hippie, Esther M. Those are all right around the same time. And then Birdie 284 at 10:06, and now it's 10:40, and that was the last time somebody. Then we have Lisa Valenzuela for a coffee, Dixie Hippie for a coffee, and then someone, is all it says, did a cat eye coffee. And then we had, let's see, Jolene, and then, wow, that was very kind. I didn't even see that one. Kelly, Kelly S. donated, did a double cat eye Venmo. Well, that's crazy. Thank you. And Lisa Giardine and Jeanette King. There you go. But wow, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Man, I'm so tired. I made a video today. I did a hour live stream earlier. This one is 3 hours, almost 4 hours. So that's like, I mean, that's just a ludicrous amount of work. When you make those videos, it takes a couple hours, maybe 3. And then I did an hour stream, and now I'm doing, this one's 4, right? What are we at here? 4 hours and 1 minute. That's crazy. Yeah, so maybe we should just not care, you guys. What do you guys think? Should we do a poll? Here, let's do a poll here. I'm gonna do a poll. I think it's up to me to not care about. So let's see. All right, so there you go. I mean, I guess if people are just chatting anyways, what difference does it make? The people that want to, I mean, you don't have to be reading their comments either if they're not related. I think it'd be less stressful for all of us if we didn't have to care. Okay? Like, if people are just talking about, freaking, catching a bass on Wednesday. What do you think, Lisa? All you guys, moderators specifically. I think we should just not care and just ignore if you don't want. Like if I'm talking about Rex Heuermann and people are talking about Koberger and you're not interested in Koberger, just listen to what we're talking about. That's all you got to do. Forget what they're saying. Just like we don't have to worry about it. I think it would just be. Yeah, I mean, I like the structure too, but you just don't have to worry. I mean, some of you. I think it's up to you guys to be talking about what I'm talking about if you want to have most of the chat talking about what I'm talking about. But when the only people chatting are the people, because people, like Koberger case is really interesting, right? So, if people want to talk about that, they're more interested to chat about it. But if you were talking more about, like, Heuermann, maybe people would go, oh, yeah. That might be so mean. What does that mean? I don't get it. That might be so mean. I don't understand. Yeah, I do too. I like staying on topic, but I also don't like pushing, like there's people that were, like there's supportive people to the channel that, probably felt like, oh, I wanted to, and I don't know if they got timed out or what happened to them, but, like Blazik, she's always supporting the channel and everything. I don't think it's, it's not a good, pushing away people that are supportive like that. There's people in here that are channel members, usually the ones with the hearts, that are new, that are just actually trolls that got a free membership. And I don't, you can always tell they give themselves away really quick. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, yeah. So I think that's kind of how I'm looking at it. I guess I should, like I shouldn't care either, but it's sort of difficult, right? You're doing a show and you're talking about something and you look in the chat and everybody's talking about stuff accept what you're talking about. And so that's where it's like, man, that's just brutal. I mean, just try to picture that on your own. You know, you're presenting something, and then everybody's talking about something totally different in that you can hear or see. You know, I mean, I'm sure other people were listening, but see, that's where it's up to you guys to be chatting about it, and then maybe that turns the tide to that topic. But I don't know. I think it'd be less stressful if I didn't. I just don't care about that, and I don't want the moderators to have to care about it either. Just, you know, and if they want to talk about, you know, weird stuff about, hey, the light that was flashing, it could have been. How about it's just, we don't know what the hell it is, and there's no explanation because Bethany Funke she'd been drinking, and she was woken up from a dead sleep. We don't know what the hell she saw. It doesn't make sense. It's a red herring. You can spend all day trying to come up with something, and it's just not, it's not even relevant, actually. It's like, who cares? The part that's relevant is she heard the same big, loud thud sound and Murphy barking. That's the part. Yeah, it does. It does do that. 64 CRC. That's the thing. That's why I say something. But at the same time, I think when I say something, I think the moderators are like, yeah, and they try to help me out. And, you know, then it gets a little too, like we're going overboard the other direction, you know. So, should we try that? What do you think, Lisa Valenzuela? Michelle H.? You guys are the only ones here. Cairo came in, got his little blue badge back, and got the hell out of Dodge. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess that does allow you to get to know people and stuff and become friends and everything. Hello, I'm a Galileo. I see you. Let's see. Yeah, so you're just there listening. Yeah. But you guys aren't really answering my questions. I'm asking the moderators to answer my questions. Lisa Valenzuela, what do you think? Lisa Valenzuela. The percentage is yes, 74% at the top. He probably went to sleep. 10:54, man. Let's see what Clancy's doing. Oh, that's him right there in his little cave. They love these things. Mm-hmm. All right, we'll give it a shot. We'll see how it goes. I think Lisa Valenzuela went to sleep. All right, well, thanks, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate all your support. Looks like a successful day today. All around. Hopefully the video did better. I mean, it wasn't doing that great, the video that I made with the images. I did that one live stream. We'll see how that one does. And then we did this one. Yeah, everyone's nice and everything. I know, I don't know why they're not answering the questions. Oh, she said I'd like to focus on what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I mean, why don't you guys talk about it and then try to get the other people to start talking about my case? But don't, let's not block people or like time them out or something for, or even remove their comments for talking about something else. All right? I think it actually helps my channel to have more comments too. Well, I knew she was going to say that too, but I was waiting why it was taking so long for you to say that. Come on, Lisa. I do. I think it is better. You know, I like to focus on. You know what? I should show your face where you went, I'm never watching again. That's the face she's making right now. Oh, yeah. You know it. Lisa Valenzuela is making that face. What do you mean we lost Joan? I don't even know who the hell that is. Plus, we lost Joan. Who the hell's that? Oh, yeah. Well, that was the longer name. You got to say the whole name. I don't just call them like I don't know them. I don't know if she left or what happened with Joan. She was... she doesn't go by... That's not the full name, is it? It's like... I go by the whole name. So you have to say... Joan Four-Wheeler Bazik. All right? I'm unsubscribing. Ooh. Yeah. So I don't know. Let's do that. That's what my executive order is. That just let people talk about whatever the hell they want to talk about. You know, if they're putting in conspiracy theory shit, you know, do this. You know, just remove the comments like we normally do. But other than that, you know, we don't need to time people out. Yeah, there's only 2 mug shots sent in. How lame. You guys got to get the mug and then do your imitation face. All right? Sounds good. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here. I'll bring it up tomorrow again. Like when all the mods are around and stuff. But I think that's just a better way to do it. You know? It should be a place where, you know, people can just sort of talk about stuff. But I don't know where, hopefully, Joan, if you're out there, you know, sorry, whatever. I don't even know what happened, but I couldn't even read it. I just saw that all of your comments were removed, so it looked like that's usually what happens when you're timed out. Stay safe. Yeah, you too. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. I'm going to go to sleep now. Appreciate you watching, and... as I always say, until next time, be safe out there.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar.
Hey, what's that buddy doing?
Gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector, fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his spectre. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking check ya. I have no agenda. I'm a pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you later.
See, it never helps, Sandy, when you come in and make those comments. You weren't around. You weren't part of the show at all. And then you come in and you go, wow, I came back in at a strange time. I wondered why Joan was heavily moderated when looked at... You weren't even around. Don't pretend that you were... I mean, come on. Just... All right. So... you know, it's just crazy when you do that. Right. So, anyways, we'll see you guys later. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there.